afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the sixth edition of Business Conclave, a flagship event of NMIMS Bangalore. I am Tanya Gandhi and I'll be your host for the event. Hope everyone is in good health and is doing well. This year, we were provided with the opportunity to critically reevaluate and reestablish our relationships, our way of working, and we have all emerged out of this challenge as a more resilient and tight-knit group. Amongst this virtual normalcy, we at NMIMS Bangalore are here to give you the experiences of prominent industrialists through our business conclave. We have with us the director of NMIMS Bangalore, Dr. Rajendra Nargundkar. Dr. Nargundkar is an alumnus of IIM Bangalore and has a PhD from Clemson University, United States. He has around 3 decades of rich experience in teaching, research, training, and academic leadership. In his stellar career, he has successfully taken up leadership roles of dean with esteemed institutes. Dr. Nargundkar has several publications, textbooks, and has published an autobiography by the name Experiments with Half-Truths. We welcome you, sir, and would love to grace the event by symbolically lighting the diya and sharing a few words with us. So we would request you just click on the screen so that we can light the diya.
Yeah, click doesn't seem to work, so maybe one of you can do that.
Yes, sir, done. So we would love if you could share a few words with the audience.
Sure. Welcome to everybody who's here to attend the major event of NMIMS Bangalore, which we conduct every year. The PR committee students group commits to conducting one every year. And so this year's theme is an interesting one as usual. And I'd like to say a couple of words about the theme. We all know that competition is a good thing compared to a monopoly, particularly. When there is a monopoly, a consumer usually is at a disadvantage, whether it's a government monopoly or whether it's a commercial monopoly by a company in a particular industry. But at the same time, destructive competition, for example, unending price wars, can also be bad for the industry, bad for the economy, and bad for the consumer in the long run. An example might be the airline industry, where price wars for many years have actually wrecked the industry, and hardly anybody was able to operate profitably for many, many years. Maybe the situation is improving now because of the shock that the pandemic gave everyone, including the airline industry and the tourism industry, which is related to it. But playing fair in general, I think in ethical competitive spirit, can actually be beneficial for all concerned. And so can sharing of ideas, sharing of technology, etc., which might lead to benefits for competitors in a particular industry, or even sometimes across industries who are not in direct competition. So co-opetition was a word that I first heard, I think, maybe during my MBA, but not much happened after that in terms of seeing it in practice. But there is a great lineup of or a galaxy of speakers today and a panel as well, which I'm sure will have interesting viewpoints to share on this subject, on how companies or organizations can actually, instead of only competing, also cooperate. So giving us some form of a beneficial arrangement where there is simultaneous competition as well as some amount of cooperation in certain areas, which might be of mutual benefit to everybody. Maybe if we had such a cooperative spirit instead of simply competitive spirit in India, amongst the various small kingdoms that existed, maybe the British wouldn't have been able to get through and rule us for 200 years. But that is speculation. So let's hear from the panel on all the interesting thoughts they have on this subject. And I'm sure everybody will enjoy and learn quite a bit from it. Congrats to the committee for organizing this event and look forward to listening in. So thank you, and over to Tanya.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your kind words with the audience. Business Conclave is a flagship event of NMIMS Bangalore, where eminent personalities from the business world come together to share their insights on the agendas at hand and provide students with a valuable perspective. The platform serves as an opportunity to inculcate valuable insights from industrialist personalities across the globe and appreciate the uniqueness of one and all. Now, we would like to share a short video for our business conclave. I would like to thank our Titan partner, Hive Hostels, our branding partner, Makeway Marketing, our food partner, Eat Shaw, our gifting partners, The Gifting Charm and The Good Knot, and our video partner, Albatross Amaze. Keeping in mind the restraints of online mode, we request you to follow some basic visual hygiene. Keep yourselves on mute throughout the evening. Keep your videos off to ensure maximum bandwidth and a smooth connection. Keep your phones on silent at all times. This edition of Business Conclave is centered around the theme of competitive synergy, which focuses on how the rivals are working together more than ever before. And the idea of competition has been gaining traction for many years, which simply means cooperating with your competitor to achieve a common goal and keeping up with your competition in the coming years. Through this theme, we aim to bring out a better understanding of competition to help businesses, managers, and countries find a better way to work and succeed together. Now, we'll play a short video regarding our theme reveal. The event is divided into two segments, the keynote speaker round and the leaders roundtable discussion. The first round will entail the moderator asking one-on-one questions to the speaker. The second round will be a leaders roundtable discussion comprising a panel discussion amongst the eminent speakers. Today, we have with us one of the finest moderators in the industry, Ms. Kashita Bhatia. She has 9 years of experience hosting several shows in various segments. Working with 350 plus corporate businesses has been a great experience so far, from corporate events to concerts, conferences, social gatherings, television shows, sports interviews, and celebrity interviews. I would now like to invite Ms. Kashita to kindly take over.
Thank you so much, Tanya. I am truly delighted to be a part of this. It's an honor for me. Well, ladies and gentlemen, and all the students over here, the faculty members, a very good evening to you all. It's definitely my pleasure to be a part of the Business Conclave today. Well, I welcome you all to the 6th edition of Business Conclave by NMIMS Bangalore, where the mission is to bring together brilliant minds for idea-focused dialogues that inspire learning, inspiration, and amazement. I know that we all are on mute and our videos are turned off, but I request all the students to please put their hands together while they are watching this video live. Well, so the theme for this year is Business Conclave, Competitive Synergy, which implies that competing enterprises are cooperating more than ever before. And the concept of co-opetition has been gaining steam for several years. It simply refers to collaborating with a competitor to reach a common objective or to succeed. Well, we have an exciting lineup of speakers for you today. I would like to introduce our very first speaker for today's Business Conclave, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you all are looking forward to this session, and we are certainly going to have a lot of knowledgeable sharing, the insights and the experience from our speaker who will be sharing her knowledge with us today. She is Ms. Praveena Rai, the Chief Operating Officer of NPCI, National Payments Corporation of India. She's an ex-banker. She is now responsible for running the business, including products, operational and technical delivery. She's passionate about payments and technology as drivers to economic value. She helps NPCI attain its strategic objectives of offering a simple, secure, and seamless digital payments experience to consumers and users across the ecosystem that can lead to the rapid digitalization of India. A very warm welcome to you, Ms. Rai. I would request you to kindly address the audience before we start the session.
Thank you very much. I hope I am audible. Loud.
Yes, you are, ma'am.
So it's wonderful to be here. It's always a pleasure to interact with the student community and a campus like NMIMS. I would have loved to have been in a situation to have a physical meeting and good quality interactions, something I really miss. And I hope that we soon have an opportunity to really directly interact. But it's great to have the forums that are digitally organized. I look forward to this interaction. As you know, the National Payments Corporation of India is now in its second decade of evolution. It's kind of a startup under the aegis of the Reserve Bank of India, as well as the Indian Bankers Association. So it's an organization that's a not-for-profit, however, really with a highly innovative DNA, working on some very cutting-edge technology and products with really what we call a startup and fintech culture as against anything else. And really at the center of the ecosystem. I've worked in the banking industry, as you introduced me, and at NPCI for 3 years now. And I would say that there is no organization that puts you at the center of everything that's happening to do with digitization and digital payments in India, like NPCI does. So lovely to be here and look forward to the interaction.
Absolutely. We are really, truly delighted to have you over here. We have a couple of questions for you that we want to ask so that we can attain your experience. We can inculcate some things from you and grab your insights, ma'am. So the very first question coming up is, how has UPI increased the chances of businesses now collaborating?
Before UPI, any payment was organized in what we call a two-party model. there would be a sender's bank, and then there is a recipient's bank. We call it the remitter and the beneficiary. And then there would be the clearinghouse that is actually providing the interoperability for two entities to interact with each other. So it doesn't matter whether you have an account with an SBI and somebody else has an account with ICICI, you'll still be able to make a payment to each other. What UPI did is, it opened up the framework even further and said that, why does the consumer have to only interact with their own bank? There is a possibility that a user interface can be provided by any third party who need not necessarily be the user's banker. And that's really the genesis of UPI. So it's what is called the four-party model. So yes, on one hand, you do have the traditional parties, the remitting bank and the beneficiary's bank, but you also have an app that plays a role on the sender side and an app that plays a role on the remitter side. It can be the same, of course, but for purpose of framework and architecture and design, these can be two independent apps. And suddenly the user has opened up to choice, and they can choose the best app that provides them with the kind of user experience they're looking for. So it really brought in the best of both worlds, right? The control, compliance, trust, and everything else that a bank offers, with the agility, customer orientation, user experience, and holistic service that an app can provide. Now, the app can be a bank app, so that's perfectly fine. And there are some banks with very good apps, but it opened up to the fintech world to come and really have a strong space to bring innovation into this play. And I think that's really the magic that has created the growth for UPI.
It absolutely is, because it has made our lives so easy. Thank you so much for sharing and letting us know that what actually went behind it. Well, my next question now is that has UPI allowed banks to now collaborate increasingly with fintech startups?
Yes, like I said, the four-party architecture of UPI enables this, right? So, you can have a Google Pay, you can have a Phone Pay, you can have, in fact, there are nearly 20 odd what we call third-party apps that are active on UPI. They are regulated by the rules of UPI. They have to work with the banker. However, the user experience can be determined, by any of the bank apps or by any of the third-party apps. So this is an important role. There's another important role that opened up for fintech with the growth of UPI, and that is to play the role of the technology partner. So one is the front-end partner offering choice to the consumer or the merchant, and the other is the partner for the bank to provide the back-end services, to provide the switching services for UPI. And this is something that 4 or 5 years back, when people started off, they would have had a very small application supporting UPI. But every year this had to be reimagined for the scale and complexity and user experience that UPI offers today. And I think that's a big opportunity space for fintechs and fintech bank collaboration as well.
Certainly it is. Thank you so much for answering this question for us. Well, ma'am, my next question is that has the shift from cash payments to digital payments opened up new avenues for business collaborations?
So if you look at the digital payments world, to an outsider, it sounds like, what's the big deal, right? I just make a payment, I open my app, I make a payment, and the recipient receives it. But in between these two steps, there are a number of players playing a role. So we spoke of the app on the consumer side. There is, of course, the bank, the remitter's bank. There is a technology service provider for the remitter. And then there is the entire merchant ecosystem. So you'll see merchants, having an app, a merchant having a QR code, or a merchant having a POS terminal with a dynamic QR. And on the merchant side, the kind of service providers and the kind of innovation that is there in the form of payment aggregators, which means even a small merchant can be easily onboarded by somebody who aggregates this business. A payment gateway provider who's able to provide really strong technical services for online merchants. A payment processor who looks at the risk elements and who ensures that the payment adheres to all the compliances and passes it on to NPCI. So each of these constituents is a business opportunity, is an opportunity for innovation. And it is only when all of this comes together that the experience of the user is really phenomenal. So a payment has to happen anytime it needs to. So that's the trust. And we call it success factor in the industry. There is still some payments that will fail for some reason, which means one of these legs didn't kind of do the job they needed to do. So the scope for innovation, the scope for digital solution, the scope for fintechs to play a role in this entire chain really opened up. And I think, a lot of unicorns are getting created here, doing exactly this job.
Absolutely, ma'am. Ma'am, thank you so much once again for answering this question for us. Well, my next question now is that a new feature for UPI where small business owners can receive UPI-based online payment. You just mentioned a little gist of it. So without internet is going to be published soon. What could be the potential threats of this feature?
So RBI has permitted what is called offline payments, up to ₹200. Okay. And this is specifically for remote areas which don't have connectivity, or in the event of some small disaster where connectivity is lost. Or let's say you're in the basement of a building, you're in a supermarket and you don't have enough connectivity. So these are the kind of situations that offline payment should support, which means that either the merchant or the consumer or both are not really online with data connectivity. So this has been permitted. We have a couple of products that already operate offline. You will be aware of FASTag, which is the toll collection payment system. So in the toll collection payment system, a number of toll plazas, which are like very remote locations, actually do operate on an offline mode. Okay. And there's a synchronization that happens later. With RuPay, the RuPay card has what is called NCMC, National Common Mobility Card. There's a small store value in the card. So even if the merchant is not connected, the store value can still be used to make a payment. So this is already live in market, however, just taking up in terms of consumer awareness. And with UPI, it is under pilot phase with the ecosystem. So, RBI has permitted it. So it's still in kind of design and concept and proof of concept mode. But if it comes through, it really becomes, it gives an ability for a store value on the phone, which will permit these payments to take place. And the question is it's a very good question, because this could open up to some risk factors, right? So the first element of controlling the risk is value. So ₹200, that's the only permitted per transaction. There will also be a limit on number of transactions. So offline, if you're offline, maybe you can do only 3, 4, 5 transactions. So let's say not more than ₹1,000 of a loss. If at all there is, somebody takes the phone or takes the card and is able to use those payments. So it's like saying, look, I had a ₹500 note in my pocket and, I lost it. So to that extent, yes, it is a store of value. But over and above that, there will be a number of controls, risk management controls that will kick in to ensure that there is no misuse of this benefit. So it will be in some way a micro value payment, which operates with the convenience of cash. So to some extent, user awareness of that is important, but there will also be backend controls that ensure that any potential risk is limited, and controlling elements. If a particular recipient is found to be reported as a fraudulent recipient, the bank account can be closed, or credits can be blocked. So a number of backend actions will be in place to ensure the risk is addressed.
This definitely sounds like an ease to the customers. And well, with this now, I come up with a few more questions which are specific to NPCI. Ma'am, can you please tell us more about the TerraPay and NPCI international partnership and how this will enable real-time international payments?
So this is an example of collaboration. We were talking of competition or collaboration, and there at NPCI set up a subsidiary called NPCI International Private Limited. And the objective of this is to really take NPCI products global, as well as to create the cross-border network for people in India to make or receive payments from international locations. And TerraPay is one example of such a partnership. So instead of taking an approach of saying, look, we'll go to every country and set up the whole network and the whole infrastructure, the idea is to identify such partners, to integrate directly with the partner. So the full benefit of the partner, for example, TerraPay is present in a number of countries. They operate with the bank accounts, they operate with wallet accounts, and to all their consumers, with a single integration, this entire service will open up. So anyone in any of those countries, a customer of TerraPay will be able to use a UPI ID, just like anyone in India does, and make a payment to a beneficiary in India. So we're very excited about the TerraPay opportunity and other such partnerships that will help us to scale internationally, globally, very fast.
This certainly is going to be another addition to the ease of payments and shopping a lot. Well, ma'am, I have another question wherein I want to know more about NPCI's partnership with PNB and Patanjali for contactless credit cards, and also about NPCI's collaborations with e-commerce companies like Snapdeal.
Yeah. So, when we look at the requirements of a new product or service, and in this case, these partnerships are with RuPay, and RuPay is India's card scheme. Now, in the debit card space, RuPay has a 35% market share, and it has a significant market share when it comes to cards in market. So cards in market, about 60% of cards in market are RuPay cards. When it comes to credit cards, it's a more recent foray for RuPay. And while about 10 to 15% of new cards are issued on RuPay, it's very important that RuPay partners with issuers of credit cards and brands that attract a certain cohort of customers, a certain segment of customers, in order to provide value proposition. So which means there could be certain discounts, certain good offers, certain experiences, as well as provide a distribution mechanism for the product itself. So in this case, Punjab National Bank as an issuer, with Patanjali as the brand partner. It's the fastest growing FMCG brand in the country, on the proposition of health and wellness. And we see a lot of synergies, and the consumers who are users of Patanjali brand will then become users of the Punjab National Bank RuPay card. Similar with Snapdeal, So Snapdeal is kind of amongst the top three. It is the number 3 e-com player in the country and focuses a certain customer segment in the smaller towns, tier 2, tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 towns. And they have a very strong user base. And that's the customer segment that will find a value proposition and will actually find this card attractive. So there are a number of such partnerships for different cohorts of customers that RuPay is in the midst of, because the way the credit card segment works is very different from the debit card segment, is very different from the UPI segment. So ultimately, each one of them need a different strategy in terms of go-to-market, and the partnership with brands and partnership with fintechs, along with the issuing banks, is a very important part of that strategy for RuPay credit cards.
So I believe that's certainly keeping the consumer's benefit in mind. There are a lot of different variations that are coming up. And we are glad to know more and more about it. With this, my next question, ma'am, is are there any other NPCI collaborations that we can anticipate in the coming year?
You know, I started off in the introduction to say that NPCI is at the center of the ecosystem, you know, and that's what makes this so exciting. So we are all the time collaborating for all the products. You know, it's kind of a motherhood statement here. So if you look at UPI, there are 200 banks. If you look at RuPay, there are 1,000 banks, right? From the small cooperative bank to, you know, the large private banks and public sector banks. They are all, you know, part of the NPCI ecosystem. They're all customers of NPCI in some way. The Fintech ecosystem, you know, everyone who's a part of this entire flow of a payment transaction is innovating and has certain requirements. If we look at the government, if you look at the state governments, etc., central governments that are digitizing and want to offer better services to citizens, you know, in a very digital form. So we collaborate with each one of these people, and we have a mechanism of consultative approach. We decide product roadmaps based on these consultative discussions. And there is also an approach of co-creation, where we open up certain hackathons, we open up our APIs for banks and fintechs to come and experiment. And through all of that, a number of good ideas come out. In fact, you know, we discussed the offline on UPI some time back. So that itself was an outcome of, you know, some of these consultative co-creation discussions itself. So I think I'll say that that's a very large canvas that's available for NPCI, and we're very grateful for that.
I would be delighted to know more and more, and wouldn't be surprised for more collaborations that we get to know in the near future. Well, ma'am, the next question and the last question that I have today for this session is, NPCI has increasingly made way for cross-border digital payments. How will this increase business collaborations or impact businesses?
So I think I'll put it in two ways, right? So one is, as cross-border payments and cross-border transactions on UPI rails, on RuPay rails become more prevalent, it's a big benefit for merchants, for consumers, right? All users of these products, which also include corporates. You know, it could be a bulk payment and so on. But the ecosystem, the technology ecosystem that has made UPI successful, that has made RuPay successful in India, will find an opportunity to grow as these platforms also grow globally. So you would find a great tech company in India that is, you know, offering a UPI switch solution that will be able to go, you know, overseas with the same solution once there's a country that adopts UPI platform for digital payments. So we see this as opening up international opportunities for Indian business, Indian fintech, Indian banks will be providing international settlement services, right? So this is really the infrastructure of payments as the opportunity grows, and as the transactions internationally become more digital. Of course, that's for everybody to benefit from.
Well, I'm so thankful to you, ma'am, that you have answered these questions to us. And I'm certain that, you know, these things are going to help us a lot in inculcating a lot of things and understanding, clearing our minds, basically. Thank you so much, ma'am. We are truly, truly amazed and delighted that you joined us today for this business conclave. Thank you so much, Ms. Rai. It has been my pleasure to interact with you today. And before we end this session, I would request you, ma'am, would you like to say some words, some guidance to these students who are watching you live today?
Absolutely. I think very good questions, very good quality of questions. It was a pleasure to address them. And I wish the students all the best. I think we're coming out of the pandemic time. So I think it's a good thing for the batch. For the batches now, I know I kind of don't feel very good about the batches that passed out in the last couple of years, you know, having to do a lot of online mode. So I really hope that the students here benefit from kind of, this phase in the pandemic that we are, which is much better. From a digital payment standpoint, the next 10 years is going to be a year of phenomenal opportunity, phenomenal change. I think when I was in business school, we only thought about finance and marketing from the point of view of investment banking and equity research, and we had a very narrow view of what finance was all about. That world is completely changing, and that world is really opening up. So I think to be very aware of the opportunities of today, stay in touch with that. Digital payments, fintech, digitization is going to offer some of the biggest upside to growth, and hence to learning, to career, all of those pieces. The second piece of advice I would like to just leave everyone with is, stay very closely associated with technology. I think the days of being a manager and being a sort of smart cookie without, really dirtying your hands in technologies is over. Future is really going to be driven by tech and people who understand tech. You don't have to be a techie, but people who understand tech and who are able to derive value out of tech, are really going to see a lot of value and success in the years to come. So with that, wish everybody all the best.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I am eagerly looking forward to see you very soon in a physical event or meet you and interview you personally. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Goodbye. Well, so our audience, the faculty members and everybody who's watching this session live, we had Ms. Rai who shared her insights along with us. So without any further ado, I would now like to invite and introduce our next speaker who will be sharing his insights on various questions that we will be asking him. Our next speaker is Mr. Asad Lalji. He is the SVP at SR Group and CEO at Avid Learning and Curator, Royal Opera House, Mumbai. In 2018, he was inducted into the prestigious Wiki Art and Culture Committee. He has previously worked for companies like McCain, Erickson, and Hill Holiday IPG in New York. He holds a BA Economics from St. Xavier's College and an MA in Global Marketing Communication from Emerson College, Boston. We look forward to learning about what you have to say about competitive synergy. Mr. Lalji, I welcome you to this business conclave. A very, very warm welcome to you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be with you all on the 6th edition of the NMIS Business Conclave. Thank you for this kind invitation. I'm honored, and congratulations to Kinjal and the team for successfully putting on such a wonderful curated conference. And this is my only complaint is you'll put me after Miss Rai. That's quite a tough act to follow, but I'm going to try my very best. I come from a very different industry, guys, so you all are going to be in for something very different from what you're like traditionally here in business school. But actually, the fundamentals of marketing I do apply to the arts and culture also. So let's talk competitive synergy, and to level set. Some of this may have been said before, but I'm just going to put it out there real quick to set the stage. I have my colleague Aisha, who's sacrificed her Saturday holiday to actually help me drive this presentation I put together. So Aisha, could you just start the presentation, the first slide, and then we can take it from there. Wonderful. So basically, competition is the act or the process of trying to get or win something. Business competition is the contest between organizations that provide similar products or services or target the same customers. The idea of competition, particularly in the creative atmosphere, is always there. And if you don't acknowledge it now or in the future, you're going to do yourself a disservice in the future. And as we all become increasingly global in our approach, world trade means competition is from anywhere. Advancing technologies, cross-industry competition is a given. Strategic planning has to take into consideration not just who your competition is today, but who your competition is going to be in the future. And the ability to learn faster than your competition may be the only sustainable competitive advantage. Jack Welch has once said, number one is cash, number two is communicate, and number three is buy or bury the competition. But we do things differently today. Competitive synergy. Synergy as a concept is the value and the performance of two companies combined will be greater than the sum of its parts. Co-opetition, Dean Rajendra was talking about it earlier, is this type of strategic alliance that is particularly common in the tech space. He spoke about the airline industry, which has actually caused it a little more damage than harm, but also the telco industry. We see what's happening, with the competition. But this phenomena of cooperation and companies coming together and working together has gained more traction, especially in this post-pandemic world. As CEO of Avid Learning, which is the cultural arm of the SR Group, I purely believe in the power of competitive synergy. In fact, it is a fundamental strategy I have incorporated into my programming approach over the last decade. Now, when I speak about arts and culture, I love to use this one statistic to kind of set the playing field. See, according to a PwC report of 2018, the arts and culture has become one of the fastest growing sectors in the world, generating a global revenue of $2,250 billion. Yeah, 2,250, and employs about 30 million people. Now, needless to say, COVID has changed it. But my presentation is going to address competitive synergies across the arts and culture. And as the old adage goes, a picture is worth 1,000 words. So I'm just going to show you some visuals to take you through some of my thinking. Aisha, can I have the next slide, please? Yeah, wonderful. So the mecca of advertising. I pursued my dream of becoming a madman. I hope some of you all in this audience, especially the students, have actually watched the series. But this was way before the series was created. It was way before we had Google. It was way before there was a wide proliferation of the internet and technology, circa 1991. I assume most of you all weren't around then at that point of time. But post-graduate school, I moved to New York to be to work on Madison Avenue. And as Sinatra said, if you can make it there, you can make it anywhere. I hope you'll at least know who Sinatra is, guys. But Aisha, next slide, please. I had the opportunity to work with amazing agencies, amazing brands across the span of industries, and working and collaborating with talent and brilliant minds helped me shape my way of thinking. Next slide, Aisha. When I returned to India in 2010 to work with the SR Group, who I still work for, in the Brand and Corporate Strategies Group, I stumbled into the world of arts and culture. I always was interested, and I just stumbled into it. And I was given the opportunity to take a small continuing learning program and create it into an arts and culture arm of the SR Group. And simultaneously, I had many curatorial assignments, including the Royal Opera House, and I'll come to it. Just to put into perspective what we do, because it's very different, since you guys, most of you all are based in Bangalore, I assume. Just giving you all a quick 1-minute video to just kind of set the tone. Aisha? Video, Aisha? Voice? Volume? Sorry. All right. Sorry, guys, I don't think the volume, the sound worked, but it was a very peppy, catchy tune, so it would have actually set the tone, but I'm going to try to make up for that. I promise I'm not going to sing. Aisha, we can skip this slide and just move to the next one. So basically, I'm going to just skip to the pandemic because I think a lot of collaboration and competitive synergies have been put to a test during this period. In April of 2020, we launched our digital further learning campaign called Avid Online, and it was a direct response to the pandemic. And the objective was to enable our stakeholders and patrons like yourselves to engage with a wide range of topics across the breadth of the arts. And the focus of the campaign was to keep people connected with the creative community and facilitate dialogue, mutual exchange, and give people hope. And subsequently, we did the same for the Royal Opera House in the years to come, in the months to come. Sorry, Aisha, next slide. Now coming back to the fundamentals, as I mentioned, one of the core fundamentals or the strategies I have used since our inception has been collaboration. And by this lovely, pretty slide, you can see the amount of people I have collaborated with. This is not even an exhaustive list. I have a joke. I said, more logos you put on a marketing material, the prettier it looks. And people laugh when I generally say that. But, at the simplest level, competitive collaboration is a way to save cost. It avoids duplication of efforts. Cooperation becomes a low-cost route to gain market share, aka outreach, leverage each other's databases, access to world resources. Another strategy which is offshooting from collaboration that I actually utilize is cultural diplomacy. In this spirit, we partner with the local and international diplomatic relationships that we have to bring to our stages and our audiences the best of the international arts and culture. And we do it by partnering with consulates and embassies, because without them, we wouldn't be able to afford to bring this talent. And the idea is to take this and kind of present it to a different audience. We all live in hyper-connected worlds these days, and messages coming from different parts help kind of bring these, kind of drives the message in a way. Most of you all are based in Bangalore, and I'm just going to give you two examples of wonderful organizations within the arts and culture that I partner with. And we have you'll have the Bangalore Literature Festival, which is a wonderful platform who, I think we have a mutual admiration society. We both do the same work, essentially, but we've come together and they collaborate with us for many of our events so that my mailing list, my marketing materials go out to their mailing list. We have the opportunity to present our programs to a Bangalore audience. Likewise, a Bangalore audience can also have access to our programs. Another wonderful institution that you'll have is the Indian Music Experience Museum, who we have a great respect for. Again, we've created and curated lots of online programs around the performing arts and collaborated with them. So now, especially in the online avatar, if you want to reach wide geographies and different segments of people, collaboration and partnerships are becoming even more important. We segment our audiences and they are so easy to reach. And, with your social media marketing, I'm sure all of you all are wizards in it by now. You know how to find these people, and conversions are happening slowly but steadily. Aisha, can we go to the next slide, please? So, this is what I have essentially learned in the last 2 years, because I think that has been, and I call it the birth of a new artistic movement. Digitization has been around for a while. Nonetheless, the pandemic has taught us of new ways of collaborating, exchanging ideas, creativity, and culture. The pandemic environment has has inspired a need for more creativity. Connections are being made around the world. In a more collaborative spirit is emerging with the attempt to retrieve the intimacy of the arts ecosystem. The industries realize that during these times, there are new modes of thinking that are required, new modes of presenting that are required, new ways of engaging with communities and organizations. Many artists have taken to online to showcase their work digitally. Many of their practices have evolved, and more will be seen as the pandemic subsides. This has created a new way of seeing, which could perhaps be more apparent in a few months. This is one example which I love, and I actually always use it. You'll see some images of it. Is CAM, the COVID Art Museum. It is the world's first art museum that was born in COVID-19 quarantine. Using the hashtag COVID Art Museum, artists were invited to post their work in response online. And this truly was the birth of a new movement. And, so is this competition or is this collaboration? We saw several institutions and organizations coming together to bring something unique. You had the Corona Quilt Project, you had so many artist-led collaborations. Generally many artists won't be performing together, but they have for a cause, to raise money for their industry, to kind of get their fraternity and their ecosystem to support each other, which I think is one of the tweaks we saw in the space of competitive synergies. People are just coming together and working together because A, they want to give more access, B, it was also the idea of actually performing, and even if you have to collaborate with your peer group to do so. Aisha will take you through the next slide. And I'm going to talk about these two. This is two very quick examples I'm going to give you, which actually I did, which I think are a great example of competitive synergy. Blurring boundaries. It was a very interesting experiment that I did online. We invited 6 artists from different practices, staying in different parts of the world. They were all of Indian origin. One was in Canada, one was, I think, in Afghanistan, and the rest around India. And they were asked to come in. Aisha, next slide. They were asked to come in and co-create. And the idea was each of these 6 artists were first supposed to give, share one piece of art that was going to be a point of inspiration for the other artists. They took everyone through their galleries and their studios through virtual tours. We used the Miro board, we used Zoom, and these artists worked together in a form of an online residency. But the beauty was that each one took inspiration of the other one's work and started creating, and at the end, each had produced a piece of work that was disparately different. One was a video, the other was a poetry, a piece of sculpture, an oil painting, a multimedia work, and all were different pieces of work that were created, but they were based on work of others. So there was that blurring of boundaries. Where did one person's work start and where did the others? And this is a perfect example of competitive synergies where artists who would normally not do this come together in the times, Aisha, last slide, in the times of the pandemic to come and co-create and co-produce. And is this the new way of collaboration between artists from the visual arts? Next slide. Another quick example, many years ago, I had seen a film called Coral Woman, which was, not Coral Woman, Chasing Coral. It started much earlier. And it was before I went to Australia to see the Great Barrier Reefs. And that basically showed us the atrocities and the calcification of the reefs. Cut to 2019, there's a wonderful organization called Good Pitch that basically helps documentary filmmakers get their dreams come true, get their documentaries finished, whether they're looking for outreach, support, cash, whatever. So I discovered this wonderful film called Coral Woman, and it was made by a filmmaker called Priya Tharusai. And it was about this lady called Uma Mani, and she's a very inspirational lady. She was a painter but had never seen a coral in her life. So in her 50s, she learned how to swim, she learned how to dive, and she started doing that, and she saw the atrocities of the coral reefs in the Gulf of Mannar, and she became an evangelist for coral conservation. Now, I thought that's a fantastic story, and so I said, okay, I want to create a children's book because children are our custodians for the greater future. And so I said, okay, let me go about getting a book started. I commissioned a children's author who's a good friend and an illustrator, but that wasn't enough. So I wanted to bring a bit of collaboration to this project. So we invited 20 kids to come in, and we workshopped them. We taught them we did illustration workshops where we showed them how to illustrate corals, coral women, obviously with their individualistic styles. And each of these 20 kids' works have been incorporated in the book. So they come together in a collaborative spirit towards a cause, arts for social change. And I finally packaged this book, and we got HarperCollins to publish it. So this was one of the very most special projects that we worked in. And even a competition and collaboration can even happen at a much younger age, which is just the point I was trying to make with this example. Aisha, can we have the next slide, please? These were all the partners we worked with. We worked with the Children's Museum. We worked with everybody. And, so the idea of, as I joked earlier, more logos, the better. This is how all my marketing materials generally look. Next slide. In the interest of time, and hopefully, I can take some questions, I'm just going to breeze through, and I'm going to take you through the Royal Opera House. Again, I'm not sure if you're going to have the sound because of the tech difficulty, but I'm going to ask Aisha to play a quick 30-second clip for you. Thank you, Aisha. And to put this into context and bring the concept of competitive synergies, the Opera House was built in 1916 and eventually became a movie theater and eventually closed down and was reopened after a period of 25 years in 2016. I was hired as the curator a few months before it opened, but the place was closed for 25 years and reopened 100 years later. Everyone knows of the neighborhood. No one knew where the building was. Anyway, the restoration was grand. I mean, it was just one of those marvels, and the city of Bombay was very excited and they welcomed them in. But now, how do you take, Aisha, next slide? How do you take a building that looks so grand, so elitist, and make it democratic and make it a place where people would come from all ages, all socio-eco backgrounds? And that was the task I had at hand. And for 4 years before the pandemic broke, we actually managed to put Opera House at the center of the arts and culture in Mumbai. And the fundamental strategy that we used was collaboration. This is just one slide looking at traditional festivals, how we collaborated with. You'll all know the iconic Jaipur Literature Festival. For years, I've done their curtain raisers in Bombay to raise awareness. So we brought them into the Opera House several times, actually three or four times perhaps. Serendipity Arts Festival, which happens in Goa, we brought them in. The Prithvi Festival, which is again technically in a way a competitive space. It's a single stage performing arts venue in this in north of Bombay, but we're in the south of Bombay. But we collaborate because also the Prithvi Festival was happening, which was and Prithvi Raj Kapoor started many of his initial work was done at the Opera House. So we figured a way of collaboration, and we co-presented the festival at both venues. Similarly, for Peekaboo Children's Festival, the Kalagora Arts Festival, the idea of collaborating with existing ecosystem is one of the things, and also with new projects. Aisha, next slide, which was almost coming to the end of my presentation. See, I spoke a lot about the visual arts, and in the performing arts also, technology is not new. It's been around for many years, and there are a few early adopters, and people have internalized, and some who didn't. But what COVID did was it made it part of everyone's daily routine. And, established arts and culture institutions were opening up their paywalls, their archives, and offering everything for free. The best of global talent was available. Collaborative projects, virtual reality, AR, VR. Google Culture has been around for over a decade. I mean, Opera House is on it. There was an online explosion of opportunities. And how does one choose when you have so much? Technology, as Ms. Rai had said, has become this enabler. It has become one of the most important things, and I see, as she said, the students should be adopting technology. Everyone has, even people in the arts have to adopt technology to have that competitive advantage. These students who are online, I mean, they're born with technology in their hands. So for them, it's easy. The way I like to call it the glocalizing of arts and culture. Because what technology has done, it has put it all in a level playing field where one has access to everything and they can partner with multiple people that essentially they did not have reach to. Aisha, the last line. So, I'm just wrapping up, so maybe I can answer a question if I have time. I'm not sure. But, competition can be scary. It incites worry. It amplifies our insecurities. But it just as easily can be exciting. If you get excited about competition teaches us lessons. It makes us work harder, faster. A collaboration makes us better. We live in the time where pretty much everything can be achieved by outsourcing, and global businesses have never been so integrated as they are today. In the future, it will become increasingly difficult to succeed without really close partnerships with organizations and practices in your competitive set. And given the hyperkinetic lives we live in, the future is all about coexisting with your competition. And the only constant in life, we all know it, is change. And we all have to keep learning, evolving, and adapting. And this brings me to my mantra, as always, that I always say, that learning never stops. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Lalji, for sharing your experience, your insights. It was truly, truly mesmerizing the way you have shared your journey, and you have shared all the details that has been a part of it. Well, I would like to take a couple of questions. So without any further ado, I would like to ask you one thing, that how can each partner leverage the skills of each other for a successful alliance?
I mean, it depends. Again, it's a very big question, right? So I think when two people come together, there is you come together with first respect for each other, right? You respect the other person, whatever they are doing, in whatever skill. It doesn't have to be that they're equal to you, big or small. There has to be that understanding of mutual respect and admiration for what work they do. And you look at what the gaps need to be filled. I mean, there's no point duplicating work. I mean, if two people do the same thing, it's kind of redundant, if you ask me. So if one person has a better outreach of a database and the other has a better roster of performing artists, then that's what you do. Some people may have the funds, some people may not have the funds, but the idea of collaboration, for me, at least within the arts, see, the arts and culture is a very different industry. It's not like a packaged goods industry. It's a softer, it's more living. It's not even a service. It's very organic. It keeps changing and growing. So you can't say it's not a one size fits all. I think you must have heart, and that's what's important, which makes any partnership, collaboration, even with competitors, work.
I agree to that. Thank you so much. I'll just take up one more question. Where does one draw a line with regards to sharing intel and resources with a competitive collaborator? And how does one safeguard their most valuable assets?
That's actually a very good question. And I can give, I'm an eternal optimist. So, I'm like, I say, take my idea, run with it. At least somebody is doing it. Ideas everyone has. It's how you execute it. I have ideas, Diamond does. Every 5 minutes I have a new one. So that's not an issue. But, the fact is, you can't safeguard everything, but that you're in a guard. When you're going into a relationship, it's like it's like a marriage. Okay, you hold back a little, but you have to trust people you are with. You don't have to necessarily put all your cards on the table, but let's play a fair game and give the other partner an opportunity to bring something to the table. Very often, and also, if you follow standard practices, which I do, if I come into a collaboration with, for example, with you, and we've collected 5,000 people attended our talk, I will share that list with you. I won't keep it because it's our joint talk. It's just some things I believe in. It's not that, and I really believe if you do good work, people will come, and if your ethics are correct, people continue to work with you. So just do what you feel is right, and people stiff you in the way. It happens. It's life. You can't just sit there and kind of get fixated on that. You just have to be positive and work ahead. So.
Thank you so much, Mr. Lalji, for clearing that little cloud that we all have in our mind and sharing, that these simple things are to be followed and life becomes so easier. I would like to ask you that as we come to an end of this session along with you, would you like to give some piece of advice, some piece of experience of yours to the students who are watching us live today?
Sure. I have lots to give. That should have been another half-hour lecture. No, I'm just kidding. I just feel these kids, I love talking to students. I've been doing that ever since I graduated. I was on my alumni board and all that fun stuff. Because I just feel they're so lucky, and I'm actually very jealous of you all. You all have so many opportunities. As Ms. Rai also mentioned earlier, when we graduated college, we had science, arts, and commerce. That's all we could choose from. The kind of subjects and the fact that you all have put together such a fantastic conference, you all are exposed to so much. The world is your oyster, and I actually did a TEDx talk once and I spoke about it. Is kids of today are so lucky. You all can mix so many things. You all are born with technology in your hands. You all don't have to learn it. It's something you've grown up with. Old people like me had to learn it in a way, but even I think I also learned it quite fast. But it's just you have to follow your heart, follow your passion, and nowadays everyone can differ. I mean, if someone told me earlier that, though people didn't agree with me in the beginning, that you could actually have a viable career within the arts and culture, people think we're crazy. They'd all say, yeah, you play the guitar, but then you go and become a doctor. That used to be the mindset in the old days. But I think today are changing. Parents are understanding. Kids are also becoming so much more resourceful of ways of taking their passion, their vocation, and converting it into the. But one thing I actually have been reading, and I always speak about it, is just follow your passion, follow your dreams, because the number one thing employers are looking for, and it's going to be number 3. There are lots of stats about this. I actually have them somewhere, but is creativity. So do what you're doing. And creativity comes in all forms, in tech, in accounting, in everything. So I think just follow your passions, follow your dreams, and just have fun while you do it. You're young. This is the time you're supposed to do it. So.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Lalji, for sharing and your insights and being with us throughout this session. We eagerly look forward to, meet you physically at the Business Conclave next year. And thank you so much once again.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. Pleasure.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Well, we heard from Mr. Lalji, who shared his insights. He shared his experience along with us, and it was truly fabulous to hear the journey, the experience, and the ideas that he has. Well, it's now time to introduce the next speaker for today's Business Conclave. She is Rashmi Mathur. She's the one who is the head of engineering within the corporate and workplace solutions division for Bengaluru and Hyderabad. She serves on the Goldman Sachs India Leadership Committee. Rashmi joined Goldman Sachs as a managing director in 2021. Prior to joining the firm, Rashmi worked at Barclays in Pune, where she was head of global engineering for wholesale onboarding, know your customer, and financial crime. Before that, she worked at Visa as the director of marketing systems and technology, where she was responsible for managing the web marketing technologies platform. Rashmi has also worked at Adobe, AOL, Integral, and Novell, where she held various technical and managerial roles. She is a deputy director for the Pune chapter of the Indian Institute of Management, Bangalore alumni. Rashmi completed the Executive General Management Program from the IIM Bangalore. And today she's here with us at this Business Conclave. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome virtually Ms. Mathur. A very warm welcome to you. Ma'am, I would request you to kindly address the audience.
Hi, Kasharta, and hi, everyone. Very good afternoon, and so elated to be a part of the conference. I was listening to Mr. Lalji and was capturing something for myself, actually. If some years back people would have told that art can be a career, yes, it was difficult to believe. But with the platforms that have been around, and especially how pandemic has shaped our lives, I think sky is the limit what can be achieved if you really decide and if you really want to do it. So thanks for giving this platform to me, even virtually, that we are able to talk through today.
We are truly delighted to have you over here, Ms. Mathur. Well, so the very first question I have for you, we have a lot of questions that we will be asking you. Please share your insights with us on the questions that we ask you. So the very first question is that, can you please give us a brief introduction and tell us about your journey in the industry?
Sure. So, yeah, I mean, I come from a very small town in Rajasthan called Jodhpur, known for all art, history, culture, and I did my engineering from there. Been in the technology industry for 22 years now, and I literally started like a developer and grown through learning on the job most of the times. And there was a point in my career in 2010 when I decided that, okay, I think technology is a part of it, but somewhere or other, we need to know some of the management skills which help us organize ourselves better and even enhances and strengthens whatever we do on a day-to-day, even if you are a technologist. And that's when I joined EGMP from IIM Bangalore. I was a part of AOL at that point of time. And it has been really a eye-opener journey for me to be listening from the professors for the caliber of IIM Institute. And the most important part was the alumni network that you create. I think the best part that I relished during my college, and I'm spending more time here because I know we have students from all streams of management, and for them to understand that what you are doing in college right now in terms of your group studies, in terms of the circles that you are forming, in terms of the brainstorming sessions that you do, these are all the assets or strengths that you will carry on for throughout as you move forward. It will be, yes, it will be combined with the studies that you do. Yes, it will be combined with the assignments, the exams, the projects that we do. But what matters is what you learn from each other and how you create the ecosystem and a network going forward, where you can reach out to people and understand that what they have achieved. Because if you see today's journey, it's very different than what the legacy way of working was, where every problem or almost every problem had a solution in the book. We are in an era of innovation right now. No problem, you will always find a solution in book. But yes, with the network, with the friends that you have worked, you will be able to find out the solution. So after that, in 2010, when I finished my course and I came out of college, and then again, it was along with the job I did it. So I took larger leadership roles, and it transformed the way I used to think about begin with the end in the mind, that okay, this is what we are trying to achieve. Even the day-to-day interactions kind of go understanding what is the bigger picture which is going to be there, understanding the human resources aspect in terms of how organizations are constructed. And being in the technology industry, I've always worked in metrics organization where we had always global stakeholders, global counterparts. So understanding how everyone's opinion was important and how you always synergize and create the win-win solutions was like core to what I learned when I came out of the college. Since then, I have worked with Adobe. I spent a lot of time in Adobe driving through the cloud transformation journey, which we did not even think about moving from a perpetual licensing model to a subscription model where we are. And an awesome journey of learning. If someone thinks about it, it doesn't seem like a possible journey where Photoshop was even pirated at a lot of places. But now if you see with subscription, it is very well controlled. So how technology like really transforms a business comes to the heart of it. After that, I worked with Visa, and there also we worked on how disaster recovery can be taken care of for a firm like Visa. And for very small, even the marketing part of it, because with digital marketing coming in the center of everything that we do, the data becomes, data gives you a lot of insight. It actually tells you that what you can do, where you should do, how you should interact with your customers. So you can get to know a lot of insights about your customers. And that's what kind of my knowledge in Visa grew about data, insights, marketing, overall leveraging marketing technology. And then the opportunity came from Barclays, which was not in Bangalore, but in Pune, And me being me, with the right help, support from family, friends, I took that leap, and I'm glad that I did that, because there I was managing KYC and the FinCrime organization. It was a large organization, and again, we were driving a lot of data transformation projects. We were driving a lot of horizontals in the firm. Again, it goes back to the fact saying that how much do we know our customers and how personalized experience we can create for them by preventing them from fraud, by also looking at what best products kind of work for them. So that was like another paradigm altogether that I worked. Recently, in last 7 months, when I have been in Goldman, I'm again looking into a very unique aspect of business, which is workplace solutions. And how I got attracted to it, I think I give a lot of credit to pandemic and the ways of working, where everything became virtual. And most of the banks, which always believed in being in office kind of a population, suddenly moved to a remote way of working, always being like either on Zoom calls or trying to understand each other on emails, and every different ecosystem which is possible to make the hybrid environment work very well for us. So this actually gives you a question thinking that, okay, what can we do to make workplace really more integrated with different kind of people and still keep it secured for the kind of business that we are running? And here I am now working with Goldman, defining the way we work, defining the way we collaborate with every kind of division which has different way of security implementations to be done, different way of customer interactions that we do, and still making it as seamless as possible. So when I look back, it's like, wow, I mean, learned a lot throughout my career, and learning has been the mantra. I would just put it that way.
I was just about to say that, Ms. Mathur, your journey has been so vast, and I understand it might have been a roller coaster ride for you overall, because there was so much of knowledge grabbing, so much of knowledge sharing, and then being to such a position. We are truly, truly delighted to have you and know your journey today. Well, with this, my next question now is that would be great if you can share your thoughts on the inter-domain collaborations between finance and IT and the scope of the same.
See, finance and IT, I mean, I would first say finance and IT come together as a part of a fintech organization. And the way I define fintech is how technology can enable the way finances are managed. And it's really revolutionary, the era that we are into right now, because the way finance industry functions can be automated. There is a way that you can just automate lot of manual processes, like the KYC example which I was telling, what I worked in Barclays, or the FinCrime, where we actually provide the right level of protection to our customers, so that their transactions are safe, so that their payments are safe, so that there is a very well screening methodology can be implemented. And all this used to be manual once upon a time. So imagine when technology and finance come together, there is an immense amount of automation which is possible to reduce the manual processes. These manual processes were error prone also. So one, you help in the productivity, you help create smarter process, but at the same time, you reduce the manual risk which was possible when these processes were done manually. Another great aspect, in my opinion, is the data. The data that we have provides so much of insights into the way we function, and it even increases the transparency in the operations, like how the operations work. It really tells you where your bottlenecks are, which are the areas which need to be done better, which are the areas which can be streamlined further. In fact, to a level, there is a lot of org synergies can be created just by looking at this data, and have better governance at each and every step. So you make it seamless for customer, have the right data insights for you, and create a well-regulated governance process for yourself. So sky is the limit, and we are just at the tip of the iceberg right now.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much for explaining it in such a simple language to us. Thank you so much. With this, my next question is, what do you think about the collaboration between banks and the fintech organizations?
See, bank and fintech organizations, again, as I told earlier also. So banks again have been very traditional in the way they have been operating, and it is getting transformed slowly as we see. And there is a huge collaboration which is possible, and there is a long-term interoperability which we can create between a fintech organization and a bank. And many banks now have their own technology divisions, which make them capable of calling themselves as fintech in time. And just to elaborate a little bit more on that, I would actually put it in simpler words, where even if you take a look at I would say there is an infrastructure infrastructure of financial services which can be created. And if you see right now, we see a great partnership between banks, card networks, even the new payment methods which are coming, which gives you utility at your fingertips, and it becomes very easy for the consumers to access and make it like a very viable industry. The way people can make payments now, the way banks have opened themselves for transactions, relying on some of the governance principles and regulation principles that fintech organizations have automated for them. So there is a long way to go, and they can extremely interoperate and collaborate.
So certainly these collaborations are going to be fruitful for the end user for sure. And we are certain that there would be a lot of changes that would be taking place in the near future. My next question to you is, Ms. Mathur, that how is competitive synergy evolving in India? As in the recent past, Indian firms have rather chosen to acquire the small companies over collaboration.
In my opinion, the way I have observed in Indian market as well as global market, there is a mix of both, where we have acquisitions and collaborations both. And they both bring unique advantages onto the table, where there can be diverse technology and industry, but you see that there are some commonalities which are there. So I would say that with collaborations, a win-lose business can be transferred into a win-win synergies, where both the companies and sometimes the industry as a whole gains out of it. So if you take an example even of the fintech firms who have the way they have come together during the pandemic, and the network that has been created for transactions, cashless payments, infrastructure which have been created, these collaborations in a way has helped the consumer in the last. So basically, if you take a look at mergers and acquisitions aspect as well as collaboration aspect, whenever firms to come together, the benefit is for customer in terms of the services that they get, in terms of the products that are being made available to them, in terms of the ease of doing the job that they want to do. So I think both of them in different contexts and different industries have advantages, but the focus should always be what creates a win-win synergy for both the firms who are coming together, either in a way of collaboration or in the way of acquisition.
Thank you so much for answering this question to us. Well, my last question in this session, and then we will be taking up a few audience questions that we already have received. What are the short-term and long-term benefits of collaborations in the industry?
See, there are the unique setting in which your short-term and long-term collaborations are seen is mainly what proposition each and every organization bring to the table. So depending on the scale that they are operating on, depending on the strengths that they bring onto the table. So it is not necessary that every time there will be a monetary benefit which will come out of it. So we need to look beyond the monetary benefits when we talk about the organizations coming together. So one organization will gain short term in terms of the market share which is available to them, but at the same time, the other organization can gain in terms of acquiring subject matter expertise. They also can think about how this consolidated move will help in an industry revolution, rather than thinking about what is the short-term gain that we are getting. In long term, they actually become they bring the stronger skills together. So I think at least since I come from technology industry, for me, people is the core of it. So anything, whenever the team organizations come together, the SME skills, the strong technology skills that come together, they are the long-term benefit. You will not be able to see their benefits in the short term, but they help you create the better synergies in a long term. A combination of market share, giving you expansion, and the stronger skill sets. These are the things which you will see really in a long term. And to add to it, you would also see the ecosystem and the infrastructure, which I mentioned earlier, to be created in a long run. When these firms start to operate together, when they are really leveraging each other's strengths very well. And that is where the role of collaboration, even within an acquisition, plays very high, where someone has to understand the value that each and every org brings to the table, play on the strengths rather than playing on the weaknesses, because every organization will have even weaknesses in some way or other, and that need to be less focused, but build on your strengths is how your collaboration will be much more stronger. And as many of the students here, when they come out of the college, many of them will be working on mergers and acquisitions and collaboration when they will be. And we also do a lot of build and buy study when we do for other products that we implement. Focus on how your strength or the firm that you are getting in, how do you complement each other? I think that the factor of complementing each other matters a lot in terms of what people bring to the table.
I'm certain, and I'm really thankful that you are sharing these things, because I feel and I believe that this is what you have been forming on. This is what you have been believing in the strengths, and that's what helps in the collaboration. Well, we have a couple of questions that we have received from the audience today. So the question that I have here is, how can companies retain their competitive edge whilst collaborating in healthy synergies with other companies?
That's, I think, a very, very good question, because we all excel in business because of the competitive advantage that we bring onto the table. And how do you maintain that, again, is by noticing what is my strength versus what is the other company's strength where I am collaborating. So I think there is a good amount of study needs to be done in terms of values and strengths both. So you need to understand that, yes, competition in terms of a product is one part of it, but the how part of the business is done also comes into the picture. So you really need to understand that, are you looking at a niche product versus a mass product? So there are certain criteria which you will have to define, and for that, one, keep the mind open, broaden the horizon, how you are evaluating the product and the competitiveness. Once you broaden the horizon and look at multiple parameters, you will be able to evaluate that how do you maintain the competitive edge, still being able to collaborate and create a synergy which will help the customer as well as the organization in the longer run.
Thank you so much for answering this question. This question was from Divya. The next question is from Shreya Sharma. The question is that, similar to the collabs between banks and fintech companies, what other collabs do you predict in the near future?
Well, it'll be a lot of prediction to talk about, but this is around us everywhere. Be it like Flipkart, Myntra, Jabong, Walmart. So retail industry, food industry, logistics industry. I think you eventually see a lot of that, even in technology. what has happened between Sun Microsystems and Oracle. So there will be synergies where companies will know each other's advantages, and they will either collaborate or bring them under their umbrella. So if you take a look at it from retail to any domain you talk about, you will always find some synergies and collaborations happening. It's very if you ask me honestly, it's very difficult to put a finger and say that, okay, only this industry. Logistics is not even touched at all. So there are like multiple arenas where this is possible. And again, being a technology person, I sincerely believe that technology plays a crucial role in most of them happening.
Thank you so much for answering this question. We have one more question from the audience. The question is that, does the co-working space segment allow for synergies specifically in the finance domain, or do companies have to maintain a higher level of confidentiality?
Well, coming from a banking organization, I would say that we being in the market and the industry that we need to definitely maintain our own confidentiality and regulation. It is not very easy for us to open up at every possible place. Yes, the landscape is changing. Yes, we are redefining the hybrid way of working. But when it comes to larger banks and financial institutes, confidentiality and regulation and risk management is topmost goal that we will always have to maintain beyond anything that we do. So yes, we need to ease out a lot of things, but without negotiating on any of the confidentiality aspect, because the brand for us is built only and only based on the kind of trust our customers have for their confidentiality. So that's like the first priority we would always have.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for answering these questions from the audience. Well, I guess we have time to take up one more question for sure. This question is from Deepak now. He asked that in a hypothetical world without technology, how would business collaborations occur?
Wow. You are asking this person to a person who has literally grown in technology. But yes, because I can say 22 years back when I was in college and the technology did not exist, I think that was a very, how do I put it? It was also a very good business domain. It was not bad because I come from a very small town which used to work in a relationship oriented manner. So I would say that in such cases, relationships are to the core of it, where the trust between the people who are doing the business defines the ecosystem, where you work with people who you can only trust, because, and then a lot of localness kind of comes into it, because making things beyond your region becomes very difficult without technology. I'm not saying it was not happening, but the amount of time taken was far more longer. So for me, difficult to imagine a world, because I almost live in the world of IoT and tomorrow. But yes, but relationship and trust is even to the core in the world of digitization also. That's where I spoke about confidentiality. That's where I spoke about risk and regulatory resilience and all. But in absence of that, the pace may slower down, but the business doesn't stop.
Well, thank you so much. And I hope, Deepak, your question has been answered now. Well, ma'am, this session is coming to an end, but I would request you to please give your piece of advice to the students who are watching this session live.
I think I believe that habits make a person, and a habit of regular learning is to the core of anything that you want to do in your career. So make sure that you are learning on a regular basis, sharing on a regular basis. And one thing I always talk about, master students especially, where I feel that these are the students who have not given up at one point and they are still continuing with education. So make sure you leverage the learning platforms that you are getting. The other thing which I kind of agree with what Lalji mentioned, the amount of exposure this group has is not easy for any one of us had at long time back. So leverage it in building your relationships, because alumni will be the most sought out circle when you come out of the college. And when I say alumni, not only your batchmates, your juniors, your seniors, everywhere you will find a lot of knowledge kind of going, and make sure that you are tapping into it. And I would, last but not the least, I would say, challenge the status quo. Never assume that the way it was done always has to be the way going forward also. If someone had not thought about challenging the status quo, we wouldn't have seen so much of innovation happening around us. We wouldn't have survived such a huge pandemic of last 2 years if someone had not really challenged the status quo. So feel free to be challenged, but be humble when someone is answering you. So don't let your humility go. Make sure that your humility is your core value, which will make you a conscious learner in a long run. So that's the way I would want to put it, and I try my best to do that on a daily basis. May not be perfect, and we can't be perfect, but doing it, practicing it daily, making it your habit would be very useful for you in long run.
Well, I can't thank you enough, Ms. Mathur. Thank you so much on behalf of the Business Conclave. Thank you so much on behalf of NMIMS Bangalore for being a part of this entire session and sharing your insights, your experience, your journey, and the energy that you gave to all of us. Well, we look forward to see you very soon at a physical event. Thank you.
Absolutely. Pleasure is all mine. And thanks to all, and all the best. Have a great afternoon, great evening. Thanks for organizing this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye. Thank you.
Bye-bye. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the students, the faculty members who all are watching this, we had 3 fabulous speakers who shared their insight, their experience, and their knowledge. And it has certainly been a very insightful session so far, insightful day so far at the Business Conclave. I'm really glad to be a part of it. Thank you.
I would just like to thank all our wonderful speakers for sharing such great insights to the audience, and also to Ms. Kashata Bhatia. Thank you so much, ma'am. You moderated the event so smoothly. It was great to hear you. And with all the speakers, thank you so much, ma'am, for your time. It was great having you here. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Tanya. I would love to see you in a physical event as well. Thank you.
Definitely, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you.
We will take a short break of 1 hour now. Stay tuned as we will begin with our performer of the evening, followed by a leaders round table right after the performance. Also, before we go, I would like to thank our partners for the event, our title partner, Hype Hostel, our branding partner, Makeway Marketing, our food partner, Eat Sure, our gifting partners, The Gifting Charm and The Good Knot, and our video partner, Albatross Amaze. Thank you, everyone. See you after the break. Welcome back, everyone. Hope you're all ready and geared up for the performance of the evening. But before that, I would like to reiterate some rules. Request yourselves to be on mute throughout the evening and keep your videos off to ensure maximum bandwidth. Now, I would like to introduce you to the performer of the evening, Miss Gauri Bhatt. Ms. Gauri Bhatt is a singer-songwriter from Bangalore who has spent 14 years studying Carnatic classical music. She is seeking to diversify her music into new genres after releasing 3 singles on all the streaming platforms. Welcome, Ms. Bhatt. The stage is all yours.
Thank you so much for having me. Do I need to turn on my video?
As you're comfortable, it's
Okay, I think there's like some glitch. It's not letting me.
no problem. No problem.
It's working. Hi everyone. I'm so honored to be a part of this event, and I'm very grateful to Akshi for reaching out to me. I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name, but thank you for reaching out to me and asking me to be a part of this. I'm going to sing 3 songs for you, and I hope that you enjoy it. I'm going to start with last year's favorite from Sher Shah. It's called, well, you'll know when I'm singing it, so I hope you like it. Could I get a yes?
Hi Gauri, if you could switch off your video and then play because there's some bandwidth issues. So I request you if you can do that.
No.
Can you hear me, Ms. Gauri?
I'm so sorry. I think
No problem. You can switch off your video if you want so that the voice can be better. No problem.
Okay, so if you guys can hear me, just tell me.
Yes. We can hear you now. Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay, perfect. I hope you like my song.
Definitely.
रूठी है शब ते रब्बा रब्बा दिल भी है रूठा सब कुछ है बिखरा 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 सा रूठा रूठा छुप माही छुप है राजा बोले कैसे वे नाचा बोले कैसे वे नाचा चा चा बोले कैसे वे नाचा बोले कैसे वे नाचा छुप माही छुप है राजा चा चा वे मेरा ढोला नहीं आया ढोला वे मेरा ढोला नहीं आया ढोला वे मेरा ढोला नहीं आया ढोला वे मेरा ढोला नहीं आया वो रब भी खेल है खेले रोज लगावे मेले कहना कुछ न बदला झूठ बोले हर वेले वो रब भी खेल है खेले रोज लगावे मेले कहना कुछ न बदला झूठ बोले हर वेले छुप माही छुप है राजा बोले कैसे वे नाचा बोले कैसे वे नाचा चा चा बोले कैसे वे नाचा बोले कैसे वे नाचा छुप माही छुप है राजा चा चा नी मैं रज रज हिजर मनावा नी मैं खुद तो रस मर जावा ओ नी मैं रज रज हिजर मनावा नी मैं खुद तो रस मर जा कल्ली भीड़ च बैठी तेरी भीड़ ले बैठी रुसिया रांझा वे मेरा मैं भी कम न ऐठी छुप माही छुप है राजा बोले कैसे वे नाचा बोले कैसे वे नाचा चा चा बोले कैसे वे नाचा बोले कैसे वे नाचा छुप माही छुप है राजा I hope you enjoyed that.
Yes, it was amazing, Gauri.
Thank you so much. My next song is gonna be kind of old-time favorite. It's not too old, but it is a favorite. So I hope you enjoy this one. It's Meherbani. है साज तू तेरा तर्स मैं तू है दवा और मर्ज में दिलदार तू खुद गर्ज में है गीत तू तेरे लफ्ज में तू है दुआ और फर्ज में आजाद तू और कर्ज में है शाम तू तारीफ में तू चैन है तकलीफ में तुझसे मिला तो पा लिया हर चीज में है ख्वाब तू ताबीर में माना तुझे तकदीर में तेरा हुआ इस भीड़ में है तेरी मेहरबानी कि अंधेरों से हम कर गए है तेरी मेहरबानी कि बिन जाने ही हम संवर गए तू ही तो है बेवफा तू बारिश मेरी सवेरा मेरा मैं तेरा हम रास्ता मैं कश्ती तेरी किनारा मेरा तू ही तो है बेवफा तू बारिश मेरी सवेरा मेरा मैं तेरा हम रास्ता मैं कश्ती तेरी किनारा मेरा है तेरी मेहरबानी कि अंधेरों से हम कर गए है तेरी मेहरबानी कि बिन जाने ही हम संवर गए Thank you. That was Meherbani.
Absolutely loved it, Gauri. I think you're amazing. Everybody is giving reactions to you, and I think everybody loves you.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate this. Okay, so my last song.
Request you if you could just try to switch on your video once so that we can capture you as well. Everybody wants to see you as well. Just like we can try once. Hello.
Hi.
Hi, you can try once. Yeah.
Is this okay? So my last song is going to be a mashup of two of probably my favorite songs of all. I'm just gonna sing it and just another question. Am I audible? Because I see some video on, so I'm not sure.
I will let you know, Gauri. If it's lagging, I'll tell. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. तेनू तकिया होश ही भूल गई गरम गरम छात ते डुल गई छा सजना ऐसी तेरी निगाह सजना जांदी जांदी दस दी जा तू दिल दे विच की तेरे दे विच की तेरे सुनिया उछिया दीवारा रखिया नी तो दिल दे चार चफेरे नाले सांभ के रखदी कोई दिल च न लाले डेरे मैं सुनिया पहला वे दिल टुटिया तेरा एक बारी तायो दिल दे दीवारा ते तू एक न बनाए बारी बनो मेरी चली ससुराल को अखियों में पानी दे गई दुआ में मीठी गुड़दानी ले गई है बनो मेरी चली ससुराल को अखियों में पानी दे गई दुआ में मीठी गुड़तानी ले गई हे कबीरा मान जा हे फकीरा यूं न जा आजा तुझको पुकारी तेरी परछाइया टूटे चारपाई वही मिठी की सुराई रास्ता देखे दूधों की मलाई वही मिठी की सुराई रास्ता देखे गुड़िया रे गुड़िया तेरा गुड्डा परदेसिया जोड़ी आसमानी हो गई शगुन में देखो शगमानी हो गई है गुड़िया रे गुड़िया तेरा गुड्डा परदेस गई शगुन में देखो शगमानी हो गई हे कबीरा मान जा हे फकीरा यूं न जा आजा तुझे Thank you so much. That was my set. I hope you enjoyed it, and I hope I made your day a little bit better with the music.
Thank you so much, Ms. Bhatt. I think you got so many reactions, so many chats. You can also go through them. I think the entire audience is in love with you.
It's been popping up on my screen, and it's giving me a lot of encouragement because I'm very nervous performing in front of people. But this is really helpful.
I think we would love to have in person also next time whenever we can meet.
I would love to. I'm based in Bangalore itself.
Sure. Thank you so much for your performance and making this evening so lively and perfect. And I hope you have a great day. Thank you so much for having me.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you. So guys, I hope you enjoyed our performance of the evening. Now, I would like to introduce for the moderator for the Leaders Roundtable, Ms. Dhwani Rao. Ms. Dhwani Rao has over 13 years of experience in the tech and entertainment industry as a conference moderator and is currently managing SaaS alliances at SADA. She has hosted over 900 live events and conferences and has been featured in India Today, Times of India, The Hindu, and several other regional journals. We welcome you, Ms. Dhwani Rao, and we will request you to kindly take over. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, Tanya. Hello, everybody.
Hi.
Hi, very good evening, and I hope you've had a great day at the Business Conclave so far. First up, I want to congratulate Gauri for such an amazing performance. Thank you for, bringing all the energy and setting the stage for the panel discussion. I'd like to quickly introduce myself. My name is Dhwani Rao. I wear many hats, and I started my career as a conference MC, and currently I manage SaaS strategic partnerships for a cloud consulting company called SADA. I'm originally from Karnataka, but currently I am joining all of you from the Washington, D.C. area. And before I introduce you to our panelists today, some quick housekeeping. I'm going to request all of you to keep this next few minutes as engaging as possible. Feel free to put your questions in the chat. We're also going to reserve the last 15 to 20 minutes for questions that you can ask our panelists. So having said that, it is my absolute pleasure to introduce you to our panel this evening. I'd like to introduce you to Ms. Pallavi Burman, Head of Marketing and Operations at HRX by Hrithik Roshan. Pallavi is the business head at HRX, In her journey of 3 years with HRX, she has been successful in cementing and solidifying relationships with partners like Myntra, Flipkart, CureFit, and she's been at the forefront of introducing new categories with these partners. With her extremely strong bent of mind in technology and experience in brand marketing, she's spearheading the new technological forays of HRX. She's responsible for nurturing and building the team, establishing the roadmap for the brand and her team. Having worked with multiple companies across various departments, she's armed with a lot of practical experience and knowledge that she is looking forward to sharing with all of you. So make sure the questions keep coming in. I'd like to introduce you to our next panel. Please,
Sorry, I'm just
welcome.
interrupting, Dhwani. Thank you for that really humbling introduction. And a big hello to everyone. I was just waiting for the pause to react. And a big hi to all my co-panelists. Hi, Sharmila, Sanay, Matthew. It's really exciting to share the table with you, the panel with you today evening.
Same here.
Same here.
Yeah, welcome, Pallavi. With that, I'd like to introduce you to our next panelist, Mr. Matthew Job. He's CEO and Executive Director, Crompton Greaves. Mr. Matthew Job is the Executive Director and CEO of Crompton Greaves Consumer Electricals Limited. In his 6-year stint as CEO of CGCEL, he has been instrumental in transforming the company into one of the top performers in the industry with industry-leading profitability. He was awarded by the Economic Times as the most promising business leader of Asia in 2020-2021. He was also recognized as one of India's best leaders in times of crisis 2021 by Great Place to Work in India. Welcome, Mr. Job. Do you want to say hi? And
thank you for the introduction, and I look forward to a very fruitful interaction. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Matthew Job, for joining us. With that, it's my absolute pleasure to introduce you to Ms. Sharmila Sahai, Managing Director at Timex India. Ms. Sharmila Sahai is a strategic leader with a proven track record of building profitable companies, creating capable teams, and driving change to augment organizational capabilities. She has 30 years of work experience across diverse industries, of which 13 have been as CEO and Managing Director for leading MNCs. She has successfully strategized and launched new categories and concepts for leading brands in the Indian and international markets. It's an absolute pleasure to have you with us. Ms. Sahai, do you want to say hello and say hi to all the students?
Thank you, Pallavi, and hello to everyone. And it's a pleasure interacting with this panel. Thank you.
And it's my absolute privilege to introduce you to our next panelist. I'd like to welcome to the panel Mr. Sunay Basan, COO of MTR Foods Private Limited. Mr. Sunay is Chief Commercial Officer of MTR Foods, a subsidiary of Orkla Foods, Norway, and looks after marketing, research, development, and sales verticals. He's been associated with MTR for the last 4.5 years and has spearheaded the launch of visionary categories, many popular new products, and marketing campaigns for the company. Before MTR, Mr. Sunay was the category head of premium cookies and creams at Britannia Industries Limited, and he is also an alumnus of Indian Institute of Management, Calcutta. Welcome, Mr. Basan. Would you like to say hello to all the students joining us this evening?
Yeah, sure. Hi, everyone. Great to be here. Looking forward to an exciting evening together.
Yes, I'm sure all the students are gearing up for all the questions and would like to explore and dig deeper into the theme for the year, which is competitive synergy. And during this panel, the next few minutes, we're going to explore and deep dive with these business leaders more on the concept of co-opetition, which is a bringing together the concept of cooperation and competition. So I wanted to pass the mic to Pallavi. Pallavi, do you want to kick us off with an opening note? What does co-opetition mean to you?
Well, without getting too theoretical, I would just say that co-opetition has actually managed saving the world, and it's been very evident in this pandemic because the biggest example of co-opetition came to the forefront when you had two big pharma giants and competitors come together create a vaccine which was much needed by the world, churn it much faster, thereby saving the world. Now, besides that, there is the biggest example in entertainment, which talks about the power of the collective. And since I hail from the entertainment industry, while I work very closely with celebrities in entertainment, I can clearly quote the example of Avengers, how different superheroes kind of come together. They thrive on each other's energy, they derive from each other's energy, they exploit each other's energy to do what a singular entity possibly cannot do or achieve. And of course, there is war, but let's not talk about war in this forum. But yeah, co-opetition, I think, has become the latest buzzword. And it's a wonderful topic that NMIMS has picked up the students' community. So congratulations in already deep diving into something which is going to become the future of business. Personally, I feel, in my opinion, this is going to become the way most businesses, the new age businesses, especially in this world of D2C, in this world where a lot of brands are proliferating today in India. It's becoming much like America, where brands and businesses are being churned by the hour now. Unless all of this starts coming together, shaking hands, and start harnessing each other's energy, start exploiting those common resources, thereby creating very, very unique and solid propositions for themselves and creating that competitive advantage, it'll be very difficult to thrive. And hence, I think there's a lot of merit in discussing co-opetition. There are pros and cons, which I am sure with the example and the experience that Sharmila, Matthew, and Sunay will also bring to the table will kind of help the students understand in the course of the time. But for me, I see a lot of positives, and I definitely would accredit a lot of business success to the co-opetition going ahead.
Yeah. Thank you for your opening comments, Pallavi. And yeah, looking forward to deep dive in this conversation. I know we have business leaders from retail and FMCG and e-commerce, and I loved the examples you shared. So I'd like to quickly move on to Ms. Sahai. So what does co-opetition mean to you? What have you seen, under this concept in your space in the industry?
Right. So I think Pallavi has very well introduced the topic. Yeah, it is cooperation between competitors. And, it's like a paradoxical thing. You're cooperating with competition where you fight with market shares with them. But this is a new normal. We are living in a very different and challenging world. And if we do not optimize our resources, our costs, it'll be difficult to survive for us individually unless you have very deep pockets or you have a secret sauce which you can charge or command. Actually, even the government is pushing us towards co-option. So during the pandemic, so I come from the watch industry, and for us also, so we have been collaborating with our competition much before this pandemic and everything. The movement, the heart of the watch is very difficult to make, and only very few people make. For example, I work for Timex, but we buy movements from our competitors, Seco and Citizen. So that's how we have been working. But post-pandemic, it was a real question of survival. These days the supply chain is breaking down, R&D is breaking down. Our core competency is something else. My competition is something else. So I'll give you just example from our field. So we have a manufacturing unit. Timex in India manufactures products. We design our own products. So we were approached by multiple fashion brands to do manufacturing for them. Prior to the pandemic, we were thinking they'll take away our market share and we should not do this. We should not encourage competition. But the fact is, if we did not do it, they would go to someone else. And the merit of doing manufacturing for them was that we had an agreement that you will not copy our DNA. You will not, we can align on the price positioning. So it was really, it's become a day-to-day thing now, and it's happening. It's not something strange that you're cooperating with the competition anymore. So that's from me, Dhwani.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Sharmila, for those opening comments. Yeah, it's very interesting to hear that a traditional space like that has been collaborating for for decades, because you only hear about strategic alliances or partnerships in software, hardware, technology. Curious, I mean, I'd like to move to Mr. Basan. It was amazing that Sharmila brought this topic about collaboration occurs in different portions of the value chain and how it's evolved over time. So MTR is such a household name, like across the globe. It's in my pantry, it's in everybody's pantry. So how do you do it? And I'm sure there's a lot of like moving parts and collaboration and co-opetition there. So would love to hear like a sneak peek into that.
Yeah. So Dhwani, I think some very relevant points that both Sharmila and Pallavi brought to the table. Again, I think it differs industry to industry, right? It is unique in some sense. Now, I think it's become more of a buzzword because of the pandemic. But as Sharmila was mentioning, and if you really look around, this is not a new concept. This concept has existed for many, many years, right? Maybe the terminology has become more buzzy, if I can use that word, over the last couple of years. You look around, there are so many examples around you, right? Samsung and Apple compete, like Sharmila was saying, but Samsung is the biggest OLED supplier to Apple. They have had court cases. They've been fighting legal battles over each other's spaces. They compete across the world in the same market, but they work together. And I think in the technology sector, it's always been there. You go back a little further back. I've not worked in the telecom industry, but telecom, it was a very common thing. Using your tower infrastructure between multiple brands was a very common thing. So the concept has not been new. The concept has always existed. It is just that when hard times really came upon the industry, all of us, I think everybody has looked around and tried to figure out what is the best way to collaborate and win. And it's a win-win thing. When you look around, this concept can only work if you gain something and your other partner you're collaborating with, or your competitor, whatever you want to call them, they actually gain something as well. So it's been there for many years. It's been there for a very long time. In our industry, also it's there, but maybe slightly different, right? Because where we do see some amount of co-opetition, if I can say, is largely on the third-party manufacturing sides. When you outsource your certain industry, certain segments of yours, you outsource it to a supplier who also may be doing their own brand. And there are many, many examples. Everybody in the in the FMCG world pretty much has their brands being done by someone else for certain categories. Now, those categories tend to be those where your IP is sort of, they're more commoditized, if I can say. You don't hold a big competitive advantage in terms of what you bring to the table, because obviously there is a great possibility of leakage that can happen, right? So you don't want to, so there have been examples in the past. FMCG industry, it's been lower. It's been more towards the back end. I would say, especially in India, there is scope. Yes, there is a lot of scope. You can work around the value chain, especially for smaller companies, smaller brands. It can be a great idea to improve your geographical footprint, where you can share costs on logistics, on warehousing. Wherever you're subscale and you're fighting someone who's of a much bigger scale, you want to expand geographically, you can look at co-opetition in some way. But yeah, our examples are maybe a little maybe of a different kind, if I can use that word. We don't necessarily co-opt as much with competition, but yes, we do work very closely with our vendors, our suppliers. Partnership and collaboration across the value chain has always been critical for us to have an edge in the market. So that has always been the case, but yeah, not necessarily, picking up a competition of yours and sort of working our way through. Yeah.
Yeah, great insights. And would love to dig deeper into some of the points you brought up, Sinai. I'd like to quickly move to Mr. Job. So would love to hear from you. Such an iconic brand like Crompton Greaves, trying to understand, we have this group of retail leaders, but it's so different. So I'd like to hear from you. Is there like co-opetition, or is it more of a collaboration partnering in your space?
Yeah, I would say, typically when you think, one of the panelists before me mentioned competition is some kind of a paradox. Because typically when you think about competition, you think of a zero-sum game, okay, in which the one party has to lose and one part and the other party has to win. So it's like a competition is one in which you think that winner takes all, and the winner and the loser is basically left with nothing. I think competition obviously replaces that approach with something like a plus-sum game, in which the result is more profitable for all the people that work together. And this competition between firms can benefit the participants in various ways. So it could be by expanding markets, accelerating growth, reducing costs, even simple things like improving cycle time for innovation and technology development. In industries like ours, for example, one of the key areas in which we do have some level of competition is when I would say primarily in the area of technology development. There have been cases when we or other players in the industry have worked with competitors in terms of developing specific technology, which obviously both would eventually take to market, but and then they would compete. But they would, they could work together in actually developing the technology, because some of these technologies are quite costly to make. So actually, collaborating brings it reduces the cost, it pools capabilities, it also reduces the risks in case the technology doesn't fructify. So obviously a lot of work happens in that area, but eventually when you take that technology to market under your individual brands, there is going to be competition. So to win in the marketplace. So I think in examples like that are quite prevalent in the consumer electric industry. I think I know companies who have collaborated with competitors in terms of making specific motor technology. They build the technology together, but then once the technology is made, we then go to market with and compete. Another example I could give is a very well-known example is the tie-up that happened between two big names. For example, Sony and Samsung, when they put together a manufacturing facilities to actually develop LCD panels for LCD television. So actually, but then eventually once the LCD panels were made, they would go and compete in the market very fiercely. But that did not stop them from actually putting the resources, the R&D to design and make those LCD panels before they marketed them under their own individual brand. So I think there are many examples in the consumer electronic industry of competition. Yeah.
Yeah, I love that you brought up, zero-sum game and how co-opetition, the aim of co-opetition is to move away from the market from a zero-sum game and to have more winners and not just one winner, one loser. I think that is a very exciting view of the future. Thank you for also sharing, the spaces that do well with co-opetition, like technology development, sharing resources. So I want to quickly move to Pallavi. Pallavi, we've heard, our panel speaking about co-opetition, what it means to them within competitors. But very interested in hearing from an e-commerce brand like yours that is on Myntra and who you would consider competitors. What are the other ways you could compete, or leaders in your space compete across different firms, industries, sectors to sort of, bring your business to the forefront?
So while all of us have kind of delved a little bit into how businesses per se benefit, I also wanted to touch upon how co-opetition kind of rubs off in a positive way on several other aspects. From the consumer point of view, from let's say marketing function point of view, how does this kind of all add together in providing an advantageous position to the businesses in a co-opetition kind of a mode? Now, well, there's some ready-made solutions which become available to the businesses kind of entering co-opetition. I think if you look at the marketing function, typically for any brand or business, the perpetual struggle is to bring in newer customer bases, right? I mean, if you talk about offline retail, in case of FMCG, fashion, whatever, telecommunication, the idea is always acquisition, right? The customer acquisition is one of the biggest pain points, if I can use the terminology. Now, by co-opetition, what really happens is that a ready-made customer base kind of walks into each other, right? So there is a beautiful merger of two sorts of customer cohorts that happens when two different businesses come together, which solves for a very big problem that businesses struggle with, which is new customer acquisition. So CA is taken care of. Now, when the customer acquisition aspect gets taken off, you automatically start seeing a higher return on marketing, which means you're spending lesser dollars now because you have got a ready base. And also, mind you, along with the base always usually comes along the community. If we talk about brand now, I mean, Timex, I'm sure there are lovers, followers, watch collectors, there are different sorts of customer cohorts and the different kinds of communities. Likewise, for MTR Foods, there must be South Indian lovers, there must be different kind of dissection that's available in the database, right? It's readily available to the businesses to access. From the consumer point of view, let's see what happens. If I'm a consumer, I'll talk about my brand, HRX. We really work on co-opetition. I mean, it's a quintessentially, it's kind of inherent to licensing, so to say, and I delve very deeply into licensing. When licensing happens, it means two partners, two brands are kind of coming together and leveraging. One is leveraging the brand value, communication value, and the other is leveraging the business, distribution, product part of the business, right? When these two come together, we end up creating a beautiful offering for the consumer. Also, by harnessing several categories and several partnerships, what we have managed achieving is a one-stop shop for the consumer. So today, what I'm solving for the consumer is providing a lot of things under one roof. The customer doesn't really have to wander from one destination to another, doesn't really have to meander here and there. When he arrives, he knows that you will solve for something around fitness for him, or actually end up taking care of everything around fitness for him. So it's a big solve for consumers. I personally feel these are very, very strategic and tactical advantages that help businesses in the long run. I mean, these are very subtle points, but they are everyday points to ponder over for any business, right? Return on investments, customer acquisitions, customer advantage, all of these things kind of form a very beautiful package. Some examples of how it's happening. I think the latest that I read was Mama Earth. Now, Mama Earth is a fairly new brand which has kind of become very big a phenomena in the last 3 to 4 years. Mama Earth goes on to acquire something called Bee Blunt, which is with Godrej today. Now, what is this strategic? It's just an example that I want to quote for everybody to understand on this panel. Mama Earth is already into personal care for babies and mamas. Mama Earth ends up acquiring or joining hands with Bee Blunt, which provides a B2B kind of a setup. I mean, it's a new solution that I'm offering and including in my customer portfolio. Customers so far were used to a different offering. Suddenly, I have provided them with professional salon kind of products for their hair care. So for my customers, it's a great advantage. For something like a Bee Blunt, it's a ready-made system where they fit into. Their resources are cut to practically nil. All the common resources are dedicated to both the businesses. Growth is much higher. So you see new age businesses kind of join hands in various ways, although they were the same categories, personal care, technically on papers, they're competition. But when they got together, they have salon chains now, they have a salon line of products, they have baby care, they have mother care. So it's an entire gamut of offering. This is and there are many more examples in this new age generation of businesses. CureFit, we work very closely with CureFit. They happen to be partners. CureFit and Tata is coming together. I mean, in fact, Tata has already invested in CureFit. They are getting, this is obviously not out there, it's only for the students' knowledge to know, but Tata has obviously got the strength of the serial entrepreneur Mukesh Bansal, who's known for setting up digital businesses, setting up private labels. That adds to Tata's portfolio. Tata will now be able to create what they've been working on for the years. So acquiring Big Basket, acquiring Cult Fit in the gym fitness business, acquiring 1MG, it's beginning to come together like an ecosystem for the consumers, and Tata becomes firmer and stronger in the whole digital offering space, where they were sort of a couple of steps behind the overall Myntra, Flipkart, Walmart kind of race. So, I mean, these are just some of the new age examples, and this is how my industry functions when it comes to e-commerce brands and D2C brands, because there's clearly a huge strategic advantage from all point of views, some of which I just mentioned.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Pallavi, for, taking us through all the strategic advantages, not just for the business, but for the consumer. And I know Ms. Sahai, in the opening comments, gave us a brief overview on what the benefits are of, a concept like this, collaborating co-opetition. So, Sharma, would you like to take us through in detail some of the benefits that you've seen in your space?
Yeah, so the obvious ones are, cost optimization. These are and the second is innovation. But for I'm in the fashion and the durable segment. The watch industry is in between both. For us, collaboration or co-opetition, as it's called, helps us to refresh our brand. Timex is a 167-year-old brand. Our DNA is very conservative. It's like a black dress or a black sari you can wear anywhere. But we do collaborations to refresh ourselves. So I'll give you a US example, then I'll give you an India example. In US, we collaborated with Supreme. So the Supreme consumer, the young, the sporty guys, they got to know. We made watches for them, which were branded Supreme and Timex together, and it was sold in the Supreme shops. So it really helped both the brands. For Supreme, of course, it was additional revenue from the additional accessory business they were doing. In India, recently we collaborated with Coca-Cola. Also, we have recently collaborated with Benetton. So it has really refreshed our brands. So the normal, of course, cost cutting and sharing costs. So I'll give you one example of that also. So, post-COVID, in the large format stores like the Shopper Stop, Lifestyle, the footfalls were very limited and the sales was very conservative. But, we have promoters there. Each of our brands, there is a promoter to promote your products. There are more than 100 outlets and we had promoters. So the Casio MD called me up and said, look, our products are next to each other. Why can't we share the promoters? It will help our cause. It was an easy do. And there was our DNA. Someone who wants to buy a G-Shock will not buy Timex, and someone who wants to buy a Timex will not buy G-Shock. So we used a common promoter, and it helped us through the crisis in our segment. So there are multiple examples like this, Dhwani. So I hope I've answered that.
Yeah, absolutely. I love that you touched upon how co-opetition has helped you rejuvenate your brand, refresh your brand. And yeah, very exciting. I didn't know about your collaboration with Supreme, but yeah, that I definitely want to look up more about
Check it out in Washington. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. So I want to go back to you. From your experience with MTR or in the space, from what you've observed, what can you say about refreshing and rejuvenating a legacy brand? I'm a big fan of MTR because yesterday I heard about a new thing called potato sagu, because I've only been using a couple of things, and every time I'm hearing new things. How do you refresh and rejuvenate your brand?
Yeah. See, again, I was just sort of reflecting on what Pallavi was mentioning. In my mind, there are two different things, right? You look at your competitive strategy, and there is a co-opetition part, which we've been talking about. Then I think certain examples that I think what those that were mentioned by Pallavi are also in the space of partnerships, and also in the space of acquisitions, right? Now, these are all distinct ways of how do you actually build a competitive advantage in the market, right? So you can deploy many strategies. There are many examples of sort of collaboration that I think our industry, the FMCG and the food industry, is sort of full of. You look at brands. There are ice cream brands that would possibly pick out. You are in the US. Oreo shake probably is the most common thing that you can get at any food retail brand. Now, what is it? It's a food chain, could be a McDonald's or could be some other food chain, but bringing Oreo which technically is also a solution and some sort of competition, but sort of collaborating using their name. So I think the concept is the same. What Pallavi was again mentioning, you have a set of consumers, you have a set of loyal consumers who swear by what you have, and you use that to your advantage. You build that into your product feature, or you build that into your partnership. There are many examples where actually two brands would, co-brand a product. That's also very common, right? Co-branding is another example in our space where two brands will come together, co-brand something, and then go forward. So there are many ways to do it. In terms of how we rejuvenate, as I said, we work across. Of course, we have our own team. One of the things that we have done extremely well in the past, and we continue to do that, is build on the knowledge of food. We are a brand that comes from the heart of India. At any given point of time, our competitive advantage comes from understanding food, the local food, better than anybody else. So I also lead the vertical of Center of Excellence, where I have a team of chefs who basically travel the length and width of the country, and they go and work with home chefs, with local restaurants, understand flavors. It's all about eating, right? It's about understanding, and then really bringing out that concept. You spoke about sagu. I mean, puliogare. We speak about puliogare. It comes from how mums made puliogare, and then we use those concepts, use our R&D team. If I can use food scientists as a term, we have food scientists who then bring that piece of art that the chefs have possibly understood, put that into a recipe. They would commercialize it and then bring it to the market. But that whole process of the commercialization is then full of partnerships. You work with vendors, you work with suppliers, could be technology suppliers, could be ingredient suppliers, could be logistical sort of solutions, could be tech solutions, and then you sort of work through that and really bring a product out into the market. So it's a very interesting space. And again, building up on what Sharmila was saying, a lot of collaboration, and I'm moving slightly away from co-opetition. A lot of collaboration happened in the pandemic space for us as well. You would remember March of 2020, exactly almost 2 years ago, when the nation shut down. All our supply chain was completely disrupted, much like everybody else here on the panel, I'm sure. The back end was disrupted, the front end was disrupted. Now everybody needed to sort of collaborate and look for solutions. So we collaborated with a lot of e-commerce brands. We launched store-in-store concepts. We collaborated with Shell, using their retail space, where we were able to sell our products through their the petrol station, gas stations. So a lot of collaboration. We also collaborated with Cult Fit, and we had some 15 collaborations that were done like in a space of 2 weeks. That's really an example of how you collaborate, because ultimately it needs to work as a concept. It has to be a win-win, as I said earlier, right? There has to be something that your collaborator also gains and what you also gain. And typically that's when win-win happens. It also requires trust. It requires a very clear definition of what you are seeking out of that partnership. And if those two things sort of come right, then usually you get a good solution. But it's something, an interesting space. I was just reflecting on this earlier also. Typically, a co-opetition or collaboration will happen very similar how you actually create differentiation to a consumer. If you have a great differentiated product and you have some competitive advantage and edge that you have vis-a-vis somebody else, and a competitor who's looking to get that edge and looks at it as a complementary thing which can bring more force to their offering, I mean, typically you'll see a good piece of co-opetition or cooperation coming through there.
Yeah, thank you, Sunay, for touching on the different forms of collaboration and how it aligns with co-opetition. And we are very grateful for your food scientists and all those amazing cooks who are so generous with sharing their secret recipe with us. Co-opetition is much like that. You're not keeping the secret sauce to yourself. You're collaborating on the secret sauce for the benefit of both the companies, so there are more winners. So I want to quickly move to Matthew once again. So we had our panelists talk about benefits for the consumers when co-opetition comes in play, and how co-opetition is filling certain gaps, like Sunay mentioned, when strategic alliances is all about that. You're filling gaps with these kind of collaborations. So anything you'd like to add to that, Matthew, on consumer benefits and
Yes, I think obviously over time, the consumer today has become, I would say, much more discerning. Especially because of the clout of social media, digital marketing. Plus, I think they're presented with a lot of options of similar products which are not very much differentiated. So obviously, brands have started or need to collaborate in an attempt to present some kind of a differentiated offering to the consumer. In earlier times, it was thought that only startup companies, wanted to collaborate with the brand because tying up with a stronger brand could give impetus to their growth. But with the changing times, you look at even established brands are looking to collaborate to add value to their offerings and retain their loyal consumers. Some examples would be, for example, I think we must work, the sportswear brand, for example, Nike, and the technology giant Apple. Each of them have a very loyal consumer base. But to tap each other's consumers and enhance the value of their offerings, for example, Nike and Apple have a strategic alliance almost since the early 2000s, where they create fitness trackers. Apple watches, which are co-branded with Nike, for example, a special edition, mobile apps, sneakers, and other products that track the workout data and the daily activity of the fitness enthusiast. So, you tend to add value to a specific segment of consumers. Another example I could think of in the Indian context is a collaboration, for example, between LG, which is a leading washing machine brand, and Ariel, a leading detergent brand. Their effort actually showcased Ariel as the best choice for washing your clothes using LG washing machine. Another recent example is I would say the collaboration between Uber, the ride hailing app, and, for example, Spotify, the music streaming app. Customers who are waiting for the Uber ride to arrive, would be presented with the option of connecting to Spotify and using that as a DJ for their trip by creating a playlist. So you think of the opportunities of adding value, are endless. A few years back, you wouldn't think how somebody like an Uber could actually partner with Spotify to add value. Both brands gain in the process, because each of them, for example, Spotify gets themselves on many more to get themselves to many more consumers, and Uber can differentiate themselves versus, say, an Ola or somebody else by offering this as a value-added feature. So there are many examples of brands actually who are very well established, actually starting to come together to create more value for the consumers, because otherwise, on the core product alone, for example, the Uber has a core product, so as Ola has a core product. Differentiating on the core product is becoming increasingly difficult. So brands, even very well-established brands, start to tie up to in an effort to bring some significant differentiation, which would otherwise not be possible by only focusing on the core of their product offering. So yeah, so many examples one could think of adding value to consumers through collaboration.
Yeah, thank you for bringing that up, Matthew. Your examples absolutely resonate with me. Uber and Spotify, Ariel and LG, and I love that you mentioned that co-opetition creates an opportunity to add value, and that's endless. And Pallavi, you started this conversation about customer acquisition, and I know you have a background in marketing. So could you share with us how HRX went about co-opting on the marketing front?
Yeah, I have a background in marketing, but before that, I am also an engineer, so I can't shy away from this example. In engineering, and whoever is an engineer here can resonate with this, there's something called reusability of code. It's something that's taught to all of us. And incidentally, in one of the meetings today, it came up that there is no intelligence really in reinventing the wheel. So if you have a module, if you have something existent somewhere which can add a lot of value to you, then why go into that whole cycle of investing, doing that R&D, product trials, trying to churn out the best when it kind of already exists, right? So maybe there is smartness and intelligence in figuring this out if the available solution can become a part of your ecosystem and start adding value. I started off my career post my MBA at Virgin Mobile India. Now, that was the biggest example that Sunay mentioned in telecommunication. Now, Virgin Mobile came to India piggybacking on the Tata network. And there are many examples that I can think around Tata itself. So my first job, technically, the beginning of my career was at Virgin Mobile, where it was a co-opted business. I mean, two giants kind of came together to create a unique proposition targeting the youth of India, where they were very clear that they didn't want to invest in the infrastructure, and they sort of just wanted to spend on branding, marketing, content around the younger gen. Moving on from there, HRX. So essentially what we at HRX do is we have this beautiful and a very powerful IP backed by the A superstar of the country today, Hrithik Roshan. Now this entity partners with some of the biggest giants who have the expertise, who have the know-how, and who have the wherewithal to sort of create not just a business but a brand. So in the same breath, I would like to mention our partners as well. Like we are invested in by Myntra, which happens to be a Walmart company now. So technically HRX is partners with Walmart. Then we are partners with CureFit, which is obviously Mukesh Bansal's biggest fitness startup India or this world would ever see, the kind of vision that we're working towards. We are partners with Baccaros. We're launching a couple of new categories with Baccaros and grooming and fragrances. We are partners with Noise, where we're creating tech wearable products. We are partners with a nutrition company, a very new age, progressive nutrition company. I'm not at liberty to manage to kind of mention that at this point in time. But so this is our strategy. This is how we work. We kind of go around scouting for the best in the field where we want to foray. We bring in the strength of the brand. We bring in the strength of the superstar. We bring in the strength of our fitness fraternity and the consumer community. Something that we've done beautifully at HRX over the last few years is actually understood the paradigm shift that content is the king. Content leads to community, and community leads to commerce. The day we kind of decoded this matrix, it became very easy. And I think, therefore, this HRX entity became very, very powerful because we have the content by virtue of having Hrithik on board. We have a very strong community, which happens to be fandom plus the consumer, the loyalists now, and all the fitness enthusiasts. And then it leads into commerce, into different partners, right? But the only thing, we've spoken about the advantages that businesses face. We have spoken about the advantages that the consumers see. The third very important aspect to this co-opetition in my mind is the fact that it needs to be struck between two parties or multiple parties with a very specific strategic objective. It is not just a handshake which doesn't have a vision. It needs to be done with a strategic objective. It needs to be done knowing what are we tapping into. Is it a new geography? Is it a new product? Is it a new consumer base? Is it a new category? If we work with or is it just refreshing the brand persona? What are the different objectives that we're grappling with over here? We need to table it out. Two businesses have to handshake on specific scope, understanding what they need to deliver to each other, and it's going to be a win-win for both parties. And I mean, we're a living example. We've seen how we have grown over the last 7 years, and today we're kind of grossing about 1,000 crores across various partnerships. So I think for us, that's basically the mantra that we follow, and that remains to be the Bible that we follow always.
Yeah, thanks for sharing with us, and congratulations on the success and growing a fitness apparel brand to, now you're in tech. And I know that all the businesses, all the leaders in this panel have like a huge focus on community, but I love that you mentioned how in your strategy, content leads to community, which leads to commerce. You're just serving your community. And thank you for, stating that it's important to have those strategic objectives and, scoping it out. I know Sharmila in her opening comments said that, it's great, like co-opetition, let's like fill gaps. But there's also a lot of work involved in terms of agreement and making sure, your competitor, your collaborating with is there's no copy of DNA. So Sharmila, for the benefit of the students here, so what is something that, in this situation in terms of legality agreements, what are like loopholes, and how should you prepare when you're like thinking with the team on co-opetition?
Yeah, that's the most painful part. But before I answer your question, let me hustle my business to Pallavi. Pallavi, we make smartwatches and watches. So if you want HRX watches,
I'm coming to you soon.
Okay, so the agreement.
Looking forward to the HRX Timex collaboration. All of you heard it first here.
No, just okay. So on the agreement, as I said, it's the most difficult part, and as multiple panelists have said, it has to be a win-win. But you need to understand, for example, in the Supreme collaboration or the deal we did not make any money, but what we gained was the brand imagery, the target audience. So we were willing to do that. But the agreement was laid out very clearly. So, what I would advise to make these agreements, so the objectives have to be very clear, who wants to achieve what, and that should be laid out. And if people are breaking that, there has to be strong clauses. And I've always, I've worked with multiple agreements, and I think an exit clause is very, very important so that both parties unscathed can exit. Also, if things are not working out, it's not always that things work out for the good. But in agreement, firstly, the objectives have to be very clear. It has to be documented. And a definition of win-win for different companies is different, money. So you would need to figure that out. But again, I want to emphasize an exit clause in agreements is very important to that extent.
Yeah, that's amazing. And, the past few minutes have been such a great learning from all of you. So I hope like the students are taking these notes. I am. So thank you for sharing with us more insights on your collaborations and also on our joint dislike for agreements and why it's such a pain. Anything you'd like to add, Sunay? We're talking about the great things that come out of co-opetition. What are the other the non-glamorous side of co-opetition?
Non-glamorous side is the practical side, right? Ultimately, I think what Sharmila also mentioned, it has to be driven by a clear objective, right? That you're seeking. It's not like two great brands just want to just sit down and work with each other. It is basis a certain objective. You have an objective X, and brand Y can help you achieve that. The brand Y, other brand has some other objective which you can help achieve, and then that's why you sort of come together. And again, I would again just say that this concept has been there. If you really look around our entire business, and so is maybe Sharmila's and Matthew's, we have partners across the value chain, even our front end. We have more than 600 distributors who actually bring MTR products to every nook and corner of the country. They are our partners. They are, so the concept of partnership, working together, and it still works on a win-win concept. You have a great product, you want to build scale, and you basically give them a certain return, which they actually then take away from the business. And then they take your brand, your products down to the market and build the market with you, for the brand. So this concept has always existed. The non-glamorous part is that, it's real. And I think Sharmila mentioned, you need to work out the nitty-gritties. You need to be clear about even the exit clauses. And then you need to have trust. You ultimately, no partnership can ever work in the absence of trust. So trust is very, very, very critical.
Dhwani, if you allow, I can give an example of this trust
Go ahead.
I'm talking about.
Sure.
Yeah, go ahead. Absolutely.
So, Timex came into India in 1990s, and they came in with a collaboration of co-opetition with Titan. Titan is one of the largest watch manufacturers. The deal was they have the channel, the distribution channel is theirs, and Timex bought the watchmaking competency. But somewhere down the line, the trust broke, and that whole agreement, the cooperation, everything broke. So the trust agreement is there. Agreement is there to take care. When the trust breaks, then the agreement is there. So the most important thing is that the trust and the buy-in has to be there. The agreement is just a legal document. So that I just wanted to add that, Sunit.
Absolutely. I think you're bang on. I didn't recall now that you mentioned, yes, there was a clear partnership. You look at other brands also, right? Hero Honda, yeah, they started together and now today they are competing. There are many such examples. Yeah. So Dhwani, that's pretty much from my side on this.
Yeah. Thank you, both Sharmila and Sunay, for chipping in and bringing to us some history as well. Matthew, anything you'd like to add to that? What are the aspects outside of like the benefits that we don't really talk about in corporate?
I have a slightly different viewpoint on this whole issue of trust or distrust in competition. Okay, the traditional wisdom is that trust is good and distrust is bad in situations of competition. But I would actually think that the best performance in competition would actually come when there is a balance of trust and distrust between the parties concerned. And why I say that, obviously trust is essential, as Sharma also mentioned, for smooth cooperative exchange, despite inter-partner competition. I think it generates the required level of openness, that based on the belief that the partner will behave as expected, okay, thereby increasing cooperation. But I think a certain level of distrust is equally important because it helps compensate for the weakness that is associated with trust. For example, if you are not watchful, obviously distrust that is based on some level of watchfulness and vigilance actually prompts firms to remain on guard, to prevent unpleasant surprises and protect themselves from potentially harmful conduct. So for example, if you have high trust with no distrust, it would bring firms too close to each other, I would say, giving rise to what I would call some kind of a relational inertia, and lead to accidental knowledge leakages, which can in turn weaken or even break the partnership. Okay. Similarly, if you have high distrust with no trust, just like two examples mentioned, it will result in either excessive controls or too tight monitoring systems, which will limit knowledge sharing and cooperation. So I would actually think that you need to have a balance of trust and distrust to get the best out of competition. A little bit different from what some of the other panelists mentioned. So that is just my point of view.
It's a very deep point, and I could totally relate to it, Matthew. If I could just come in, Dhwani, and substantiate this with an example.
Go ahead,
like we said, we work with partners, and we kind of vest the entire product portfolio with the partners. At the back of them, trust, distrust, yes, that's the terminology we're using. But at the back of our mind, we always have to be very, very cognizant of similar products in the portfolio ending up cannibalizing ours, right? Constant vigilance is required when you're working in a strategy like this. Let's say LV and Supreme come together, but in no way can it start creating competition for Supreme or LV and start cannibalizing into each other. So that balance needs to be constantly struck, right? I'm sure everybody has faced with this. The other non-glamorous part you were mentioning, and I was thinking the leadership here in this panel would resonate with it when I mention it. I think it's people. It's just the diversity, the kind of people, different teams coming together, different cultural backdrops. And classically, I'm beginning to hear more of this from people, that people don't want to manage people. It's becoming it's a task being responsible for a team. It's a task kind of running the show where you're responsible for people's career, for appraising them, for ensuring that they are onto a growth path. There's so many things that just come to the fore, and I work with very, very diverse teams and multiple teams in various offices. So just managing that relationship matrix, managing people, well, it's not the ugly, I would say, part of it, but it's the difficult part of it. Blending in culturally and understanding what people want and catering to it, it just gets very tough.
Yeah, Pallavi, thank you for bringing that up. I think especially for the students tuning in today, that's something as you go into into like a manager level to have that aptitude for and start working on it and building those skills, which will help you in co-opetition. So we have a couple of minutes after which we will open for questions, but I just wanted to go around and ask from our panelists. Closing comments. What does the future look like? Anything you'd like to say to wrap up this amazing discussion we've had? We've taken a look at the benefits, how resources are shared. We've also looked at the downside of it. So Sharmila, if we can start with you, your closing comments.
Yeah, look, so as we said, it's not anymore a buzzword. It's going to become something we all have to think about. Even the government of India, like for that Made in India program, because Pallavi brought up the wearables and suddenly this example came to my mind. They are pushing us that you need to make in India work together. The manufacturing guy and the brand guy, you push and work together. So this is going to happen. In the e-commerce world again, the D2C is coming up. But if you have to strengthen the D2C, you have to be there in the marketplace. So we have to collaborate with the big giants to have our own websites running. So I think the topic chosen today was very, very relevant, and this is happening. Although it was always happening, they have just coined a new word for it. But I think the skill set to manage collaborations, to manage co-opetition is now very, very important. And I would encourage the students to really hone their skills on this front. That's it from me.
Thank you, Sharmila, for those closing comments. And I love that you mentioned that the skill set to know and understand and evolve with the times is a very key skill set for co-opetition. Sunay, any closing comments from you?
Yeah, again, just reflecting back on all the discussions that we've had. Not a new concept, but definitely it'll accelerate because the VUCA world has. We've seen the kind of changes we've all seen over the last 2 years, right? And definitely, as a brand, as a company, you cannot do everything alone. So, in fact, we have always believed. I have always believed. One of my previous companies that I used to work for, Yum Brands, we used to always say, shamelessly stand on the shoulders of the giants. If somebody is doing something well and you can learn and you can co-create, build something together, even better, so this is really going to be seen more and more because the world around us is so volatile, so uncertain. We'll have to do this more. And I think Sharmila made a very pertinent point. It requires a skill set. It requires we all come into the corporate world. I remember my post-MBA days, you want to do everything yourself, right? It requires some humility to also sort of admit that, no, I'm not going to win this battle alone, and I'm not going to do everything from A to Z myself. So it's good to look at, as I said, complementary partnerships where you can actually give some, gain some, and add to your overall competitive edge. So I think that's the lens that the students also need to look through everything. It's not going to be done alone, unlike your exams that you take where co-opetition is definitely not encouraged. Yeah, but in real world, co-opetition, collaboration, partnerships are absolutely critical.
Yeah, great points, Sunay. So key to understand, at this stage in the career that you can do everything yourself. You need to have your tribe. You need to work with people and leverage their key skills for your benefit. So that's amazing. Thank you, Matthew. Any closing comments?
I think as everyone mentioned, I think the competition is here and it is likely to become more important. It's very important that everyone builds the skills required to collaborate and grow businesses together. There was always a question whether, if you collaborate with your competitor, will you give away your competitive advantage? You could think of many scenarios where even with strong competitors, you could find a reason to collaborate under different circumstances. For example, I gave the example of Sony and Samsung, who collaborated to make LCD panels. In that case, none of the partners had any special sauce. But even then, they collaborated and managed to grow because of scale. Now, there are examples when people had proprietary technologies, but even then they could collaborate. For example, I remember in 2013, Ford and GM, two hardcore competitors, agreed to share a technology of transmission. But it actually helped both of them because the combined might put them well ahead of everybody else. You can think of, for example, Amazon. Is a very strong. Amazon has very strong competitive advantage. But even then, you see, they operate the marketplace model. Will they actually, work with much smaller players? And one could always think, if you're Amazon, you could think, if I'm allowing a marketplace model to work, it is eating away my direct business and my margin. But the fact remains that actually, if they wouldn't do it, those people could go, for example, to Flipkart. Okay. And more importantly, when Amazon shares its platform, it is becoming the starting place for any search. Okay. And it gives them economies of scale in terms of warehousing, logistics, and so on and so forth. So you would think that even situations where you would traditionally think that collaboration or competition is not possible and would mean frittering away a competitive advantage, you would find a lot of examples when it adds to the economic value of both companies. So I would say, in the world where product life cycles are getting shorter, products are getting increasingly undifferentiated, the companies are going to collaborate and build their own ecosystem. And I would say it's not one company versus the other in the future. It is one company versus all its collaborators versus another company and all its collaborators in the future. It's going to be the ecosystem that's going to really fight against each other and compete. So I think it's very important that that we develop the skills, and I think more and more that will become the order of the day. So that's what I had to say. Yeah.
Thanks, Matthew. I know even in the previous conversation, you mentioned ecosystem and marketplace, and that's very exciting. I think you were spot on. Ecosystem is something that is going to accelerate and grow, and something to really watch out for. Pallavi, any final closing comments from you?
Yeah, I think this is a very cyclical process, right? Like when there is a certain industry boom that happens in a particular kind of vertical, it always leads to consolidation. And we've seen that in the past. It has happened to oil, it has happened to telecommunication, it happened in retail, it's beginning to happen in e-commerce as well. There was a proliferation of D2C brands happening, and now suddenly there are tons of Thrasio-based companies which have come together to start stringing it together. So I guess consolidation is inevitable. That is the most optimum way of working in a very suitable environment where you're kind of solving for the consumer. So please be open-minded in working in environments like this. That's my advice. And the second thing is, I feel working in this kind of an environment, I know Sharmila and everybody spoke about skill sets. I think while we all kind of try and acquire charters, choose our career paths and designations and all of that, it's also very important to work on your EQ along with your IQ. Because when you're kind of straddling different teams, different businesses, different geographies, and working with like a very, very varied set of people, just to be receptive, empathetic requires a very high emotional quotient. And one should start working on it way early in their career, because I think all of us learn it the hard way. Sooner or later, you have to start deploying your EQ over IQ to be able to have a good survival strategy in place. That's all from me.
I think that's just amazing takeaway, Pallavi, about very important skill to develop EQ, developing empathy. And I think that would be such a key skill for leaders to collaborate and be working in the co-opetition concept. So we have about 11 minutes. So audience, students, do you have any questions for our panelists? Feel free to unmute yourself, and you're welcome to ask questions, or if you want, you can drop it in the chat. So any questions for any of our panelists? I hope you were taking notes, and I thought this was such a fantastic conversation. So I'm just going to give a couple of seconds if anybody wants to unmute and ask questions or drop your questions in the chat. We have a question from Divya. Would you encourage the employees of your companies to collaborate with the employees of other companies, or would that would that increase the risk of breach of trust and confidentiality? Who wants to take this?
I can just put a couple of points. I think one needs to be careful and be guided by certain guiding principles, because one is collaboration and competition, but other is there are potential risks, for example, of cartelization or antitrust, for example. I can give you a simple example. If anybody in the company, an employee of the company, starts to collaborate with another company to quote prices or to quote the prices in a project or a tender, that's not collaboration. That is then it leads to a lot of other issues like antitrust and so on and so forth. So I think that any kind of collaboration that happens between companies has to be within a very well guided framework, because there is a very thin line, and the problem is many people in many companies not aware of where you move from merely collaborating to actually cartelizing. So I think that one needs to be a little careful. I think leaving it open and saying that okay, let's go and collaborate would open up many dangerous avenues, I would say. So I think it has to be very carefully managed within a clear framework. That's one point I want to make.
Funny, I just want to add, both employees are representing a company. You can have friendship with whomever you want to, but you are representing a company. So collaboration has to happen with the company. For example, when I'm collaborating with, suppose, a fashion brand, my product manager is talking to their logistics guy. That's okay. But there is a collaboration between the both companies, and they have to stick to the frame of the agreement. But of course, friendship, of course, no one can stop you what you do after office hours.
Yeah. Networking is great, but yeah, I think we're aligning to know you can't collaborate outside of like a framework. So we have a question from Deepak. He thanks all of you for the insights, and his question is, how does geographical differences and geopolitical situation affect co-opetition?
Should I just
geographical differences? Sorry.
No, go for it.
No, I'm just trying to understand the question. Geographical differences and geopolitical
situation.
Situation. Go ahead. Yeah, sorry.
I'll try explaining this with an example. I mean, first of all, like circling back to the point that I made earlier, that whenever a co-opetition kind of a situation happens, it always happens with a strategic focus. Which means it has already factored into these kind of economical, geopolitical factors. All of that has already been taken into account, right? I mean, it's obviously not a war situation that we're talking about. We're talking about working together. So it comes with a very, what we call as the feasibility analysis always happens before you sort of jump into a relationship, right? Most likely what I have observed in my experience, the kind of geographical differences usually lead to cultural differences. It takes a lot of time to sort of understand the cultural difference. For example, you start working with the Japanese or with the Italian. It's difficult to crack through that system because they have a certain way of working. They have a certain way of addressing people. So I think that is one. Again, it leads back to how you handle people and how you manage. I mean, I worked with Koreans. It's really something that you need to understand, and I think that gets cracked with relationship management. It all boils down to how you handle people. And secondly, control. The line of control is what one needs to observe when you're working across geographies, because it's very easy to sort of get borderline offensive sometimes. So again, cutting back to the contracts and paperwork that we were talking about, and the scope, and the scope of work that needs to be charted out for either party is something that helps in deciding really what the delivery will look like on either side, so that nobody oversteps that boundary and nobody steps that line of control. So if you're headquartered in Italy, you should be able to respect your headquarter and work the way you're supposed to work, right? So to my mind, I mean, please feel free to add, but I just see these kind of issues usually emanating when you're working with different geographies.
Yeah, I think just to build a little bit on what Pallavi is mentioning, I think geographically, I mean, there are two nuances. One is cultural, like she said. I think more than anything else, it's respect, right? At the end of the day, all partnerships work if you respect, and the respect needs to be done both ways. It can't just be that you respect and the other person doesn't respect. It's like a marriage, right? It's pretty much like that. You got to give each other space. You got to respect. And you got to be clear about, what sort of boundaries have you set aside. So whether it's cultural, geopolitical, and then you need to have some scope of understanding, right? You need to, so that you're not mistrusting. I know Matthew made that point. But if mistrust or lack of trust outweighs trust, then the game is over. So you got to balance it out. So yeah. I think more than anything else, it's just sheer respect. Just respect the partnership, respect each other, and understand the boundaries. Nobody's going to lay down the boundaries in written, right? It doesn't happen even in our friendships, our relationships, in our business, discussions. You need to understand the boundaries and you need to respect those boundaries.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for those insights on culture and respect, having those boundaries. We have one last question from Shardul. His question is, how can modern management curriculums be shaped to identify possibilities of collaboration amongst businesses?
Yeah, I could just say, for example, a lot of the, management curriculum, for example, what people have been going through in the last many years, speaks about, for example, the core competence of the corporation. How do you develop core competence? They say. But I think, that concept will have to be actually expanded to look at how do you, it's obvious that in today's world, you can't have all the competences required to be successful. You can develop a few of them, but I think I think the time has come to expand the thinking of the core competence of a single corporation in terms of how do you develop core competence through cooperation. So I think that is something with I think a lot of examples which we have shared. I think a lot of the case studies actually will help demonstrate how it is no longer the law of pure competition. So and how that is evolving. I think so. So we, even in the traditional economics and all have, for example, worked on the principle that there's zero sum game, for example, or people generally or organizations generally work to maximize value through outpacing or outcompeting everybody else. So those principles, I think, will need to be evolved in terms of the management curriculum. That's what I would like to say.
So Thani, I just want to add, when we are doing our MBAs, you do your case studies and the ranking is who does best. I think you should start by, instead of ranking on who's coming first, second, it is about who's collaborating, who has collaborated better. Believe me, it's not only for this particular topic, co-opetition, even collaboration within our departments. People work in silos. It's such a, we come with that such a strong competitive spirit. And especially India, we are an emerging market. Our resources are limited. We are always competing. But collaborating is the thing we need now. And I think if someone is making the programs for the MBAs, I think instead of, asking the teams to compete in case studies or something else, it has to be based on collaboration. That has to be encouraged, is what I want to say.
And I'll probably go a little off what my two previous speakers have said. Everything cannot be taught, right? I think what you will have to learn is a lot of it you'll have to do yourself. I mean, a big part of co-opetition, collaboration is about building an understanding, and it's about networking. It's about figuring out as I said, earning respect. Sharmila and Pallavi have spoken about it. Pallavi spoke about EQ. All this cannot be taught. You will learn frameworks. You can learn through examples, like Matthew said, through case studies, but a lot of it is just sheer common sense. let me put it this way. It's not necessary that you need to be taught how to collaborate or cooperate, or I don't know, or
Struggling with that as well. Yeah.
cooperate. Yeah, but it's just sheer respect and the logical sort of take on any such situation will do you a world of good. That would be my answer to the question.
Yeah, I mean, I just have my memories from when I was a management student around 10 years ago. I think what we typically end up doing is treating every case study like a case study, every paper like a paper. What I would advise as a business school grad is start learning how to connect the dots. So if you are probably looking at a case study, apply marketing strategy to it, apply economics to it, apply your financial knowledge to it, apply your supply chain knowledge to it, and then you see what you can make out of it. Basically, what you need to start honing is your skill that enables you to, I mean, they say, yeah, think out of the box, but it's not really easy thinking out of the box all the time, unless you can start observing patterns and you can start learning how to connect the dots. It needs you to start inputting a lot of information in your system, a lot of awareness in your system, knowing what's really happening in the landscape. That doesn't mean you start preparing yourself like you would for an entrance exam by going through those courses and classes. But yeah, I mean, it obviously experience matters. Like Sunay was saying, there is nothing that comes easy, that there's nothing that you can learn without being on the field, without getting your hands dirty. A lot of it comes with experience. But if you want to start working on identifying how to set the foundation for this, start joining the dots.
Yeah, great insights. Thank you once again. A huge round of applause for our amazing panel. Thank you, business leaders, for taking time out of your busy schedule and sharing these very, very valuable life lessons, MBA lessons, business lessons. Once again, thank you very much, Pallavi, Matthew, Sharmila, and Sunay for joining us and for sharing all these pearls of wisdom. I also want to shout out to Shardul for putting this panel together, for organizing this, and the entire organizing team at NMIS. And feel free to connect with me. I'm on LinkedIn. My name is Dhwani Rao. And I wish all the best for all the students. And I hope you learned a lot that you can take with you in the future and compete and collaborate and be a part of the co-opetition movement. Back to the MCs of the event.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone. I would like to thank all our panelists, Ms. Pallavi Burman, Mr. Matthew Job, Ms. Sharmila Sahai, Mr. Sunil Basin for making this discussion such an insightful one for all students of us, and also to Ms. Dhwani Rao for moderating this discussion so smoothly. Thank you, everyone, to take our time for us, and your insights have been truly valuable to us. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining in.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Great being here.
And it was a delight being with you, Sharmila, Sunay, and Matthew. And thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Bye-bye.
guys.
It was a great evening and a great
Thank
weekend.
You. Yeah, you too. Bye.
Now, I would like to request our Business Conclave heads, Tarunaditya Karwa and Pranav Bhatia, to address the audience.
Thank you, Tanya. Before even starting, I know that this is going to be my toughest speech of my MBA life. Firstly, from where it all began, I would like to thank my Business Conclave heads, Harshita Rai and Unnati Sahani, for entrusting me with co-heading this event. I would now like to thank the speakers, the moderators, and our performer for putting forth something so incredible that will be cherished for a long, long time. I would like to take this moment and express my sincere gratitude towards our faculty mentors, Krishna Durba sir and Rajendra Nargunkar sir, without whom none of this would have been materialized. To the audience, you have been a wonderful one. Thank you. Now, I would like to thank the administration of NMIMS Bangalore, without whose support and cooperation, we would not have been able to organize such an event. My office bearers, Vartika, Tanvi, and Mansi, you guys will always be my president and vice presidents. Thank you for the constant support and belief. Pranav, you have been low in the pecking order of my speech, but you have always been and always will be huge in my respect. Without you, this wouldn't have been the same. Thank you to the entire senior PR team who are wearing multiple hats, bringing everything together. The cliche, last but not the least, to my junior team, it has been a wonderful year working with all of you. And believe me when I say this, no one could have executed this better. I hope you all are proud of yourselves because we definitely are. Both my positions in this team have been a source of key learning that will guide me in my pursuit of becoming a business leader. As this event is heading towards the end, I don't know whether I'm happy about its execution and success, or I'm sad about the part that this is my last working day in this team. It has been another wonderful year, and now as we move on, I know that the baton of Business Conclave will be going into credible hands. Signing off with a heavy heart and lots of memories. Over to you, Pranav.
Thank you so much, Tanya and Tarun. Yeah, firstly, I would like to thank all our esteemed speakers for gracing the event and how flawlessly they have connected the dots on our theme, competitive synergy, and brought a fresh perspective to the table. Secondly, to make the event successful and provide us with full support, I take this opportunity to thank our director, sir, Dr. Rajendra, our faculty mentor, Professor Krishna Durba, and the administration. Also, a big thanks to the whole junior team for continuously working throughout this year to make this event a successful one. Special mention to the Dare to Compete team to make this event and take it to an inter-college level as well. Lastly, a big thank you to the whole senior PR team, especially Vartika, Tanvi, and Monjee, for constantly supporting us, and Tarun Aditya for being my partner, my guide, and my support system throughout. Indeed, we owe much gratitude to each one of you present on the call today, and also to our sponsors to make this event a successful one. It has actually been a very great learning experience in organizing the event, which is indeed the biggest event of our college. Now, as a BC head, it's time to pass on the baton to the junior team to take the Business Conclave and the PSL to great milestones. Congratulations, team, and we did it. Signing off, Pranav Bhartiya.
Thank you, Pranav and Tarun, for your wonderful note. They surely set a huge boundary for us, and we hope that we can make you proud as well. Now, we would request our Public Relations Cell President, Vartika Jain, to address the audience.
Good evening, everyone. Hope you all enjoyed the event today and gathered some insights from the array of speakers we had. The Public Relations Committee takes immense pride in organizing the 6th edition of Business Conclave. Over the past few months, and actually our last few months, the entire team has given their 200% in pulling this event off, organizing promotional events, staying in campus after hectic lectures, juggling between n number of tasks. It hasn't been easy at all, but evidently the team's capability is outstanding. I'd like to thank our respected director, Dr. Rajendra Nargunkar, and PR committee's faculty mentor, Krishna Durba sir, and the NMIMS Bangalore's admin for their constant guidance and support. Thank you to the respected speakers who spared their valuable time to share their thoughts with us, and to our event partners for their support. Thank you so much, everyone who has joined in today. Your presence made this event a success. Moving on to the Business Conclave heads, Tarun and Pranav, no one could have pulled off an event of this level had it not been the two of you. Keeping a track of the tiniest things and multitasking with such ease, the team has been lucky to have you both as a BC heads. Thank you so much. I'd also like to thank the entire senior team, Aditi, Rehasha, Ishna, Anushka, Simran, Harsha, Aditya, Jishnu, Naman, Yash, Mehul, and Paridhi for the support for the entire year and helping the committee shine in the best light possible. Coming to the soon-to-be senior team, our junior PR team, the best juniors this committee could have asked for. We have seen you all grow, and it has been a sight, honestly. As we promised you at the start of the year, that bonds you create here are going to last. We can see that happening with you guys as well. And I can't emphasize on this fact more today that we are very few since a very long time. Lastly, the vice presidents of PR committee, Tanvi and Mansi, this entire year was a success because of you two. Thank you so much, guys, for always having my back, leading the team beautifully, and for everything. As our last event ceases, signing off as seniors, we pass the baton to our super talented juniors. I'm sure they're going to kill it next year. Thank you so much to each and every member of this 30-member PR family. Over to you, Tanya.
Thank you so much, Vartika, for your wonderful note. Even we have got a little emotional now. And also, I would like to thank our audience. Thank you for being such a wonderful audience. Your presence has been invaluable for making this conclave fruitful for everyone. Also, this event would have not been possible without our partners, and I would like to thank them for the same. Our title partner, Hive Hostels, our branding partner, Makeway Marketing, our food partner, Eat Shore, our gifting partners, The Gifting Charm and The Good Knot, and our video partner, Albatross Amaze. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining in. Everybody can leave the meeting now. Thank you.